Alright, hello. We're live and we exist.
Hello, hello.
Make sure my chats are all up, because I have 3 different chats that I have to keep attention
It's
to.
too many damn chats. Also, hey Priestess, how's it going?
I've luckily got it down to a pseudoscience. The only thing I can't do anymore is I started using MissedIt, so my bot can't read your chat.
Right. Ah. Yeah, and I've been contemplating in the new year doing the looking into what I potentially need to do to restream back onto Twitch again.
Oh, what in the hell is this? Standard
just
versus hardcore.
Oh, you'll definitely want standard.
Why does it say solo self-found?
So that's a solo self-found is a separate checkbox that I was surprised to see that they actually got in already. That existed in Path of Exile 1. What solo self-found means is it's a character that is sort of disconnected from your other account features, like your stash and things, and you can't trade and interact with other players. You play on your own, and you only get what you find on that character.
Oh, interesting.
So, like,
disabled at any point.
Yeah, and then you get pushed back into the standard, but you can never go back to solo self-found. So then the hardcore solo self-found is like, the most challenging mode, because you have to do with whatever you find, and if you die in real life, so to speak.
Oh, hello, Vichy. How do smokers calm down? They take a deep breath in and out. I did see you send that to me in Discord. I did not have a chance to pay attention to it. I have been sick all
Hello, Poe. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome.
The name.
Oh, yeah. We're making new characters, by the way. Obviously, we're playing Path of Exile 2 again.
Let me do... I don't think I've taken Captain yet. There we go. So... side tangent, because he sits right here hanging off of... I still have my Steam Deck, like, actively...
Oh, game is too loud.
Actively connected to my desktop.
Let me turn that down.
Oh, that brings up a good question on my Path of Exile audio.
Mine was loud.
I apologize for the sniffles today. It's going to be happening.
It's true. Seaweaver is ill.
Yeah, I can't fix that. I've already taken medicine for it.
You've done all you can.
Rested for most of the day.
Yeah, it's like, except for just like consistently rest.
Okay, that I couldn't pull off.
I'm not surprised. I get it from my friends a lot that they find it amusing that I love Poe as a game.
No.
So it's a whole thing.
I'm removing that one. I'm not letting that one slide. That's a little too...
What? What are you removing? Oh.
Joke.
Oh, you've got the dubious jokes.
It was a joke, yeah. I understand it was a joke. It's fine. I'm not banning or timing you out. Just...
cut down on the spiciness.
It was a thing about... I don't know of a way to say this without...
That's alright.
It not being okay, but the creation of children was involved.
Fair.
Oh, hello. I go Toledo. So he hangs on my little, like my Steam Deck is still on my desk.
Right.
So now when I'm actively working on my desk, he hangs on the Steam Deck's little joystick here. But I have finally gotten to reviving my Tamagotchi that I got in Japan.
It's been many years since I
and I learned how to actively use them and play with them.
Well, that's nice. Is it different from like the OG Tamagotchis in the sort of the Western world as it is a Japanese one, or is it?
It's a little different.
Essentially the same.
It's essentially the same. It's not in English, which doesn't help.
Yeah, that was kind of the big one, I imagine.
Alright, I don't...
Oops.
What is that message on?
Yeah, I know there's plenty of... Lots of people wait until Path of Exile 2 hits that free-to-play. And I think it's an entirely reasonable way to go. Even if people do have the money to jump into it, like... If you're not, like, that invested, it's in early access. There's no reason to get sucked into the hype too much. I think it's a great game as it is, honestly, but, you know.
I'm actually going to advocate for waiting a little longer on this game and letting it cook.
I think that's entirely fair.
I think if you're here for just the gameplay and mechanics, it could potentially, like, keep you going and whatnot. But with the whole system of, like, leagues and needing to restart and whatnot, there is definitely reason to... Ooh, rattling scepter off the bat. Take it.
Well, that's also another point, because, like, if you are one to get very invested in your character, it's potentially worth waiting, simply because all of the characters from early access, when the game comes out, are going to land in a special early access character pool that you can still play, but will be separate from all future, like, characters and account stuff that you do. So, like, they're gonna be their own little set aside, you know, walled garden, because who knows what wacky shit might end up in there from them needing to make changes or make fixes as we go along. So,
also, hello, Emma. That as well.
I will say that
Active chat.
I don't think that Path of Exile broadly is a game that will serve you particularly well if you get very invested in characters, because I think a core aspect of the gameplay loop is making new characters, because you'll get new leagues where all of the current league characters end up going into the standard league, and then for any new mechanics you have to make a new character. So it's like, you know.
Okay, so I start on the bottom of this one, but I need to get to the top because of chaos.
Yeah, Poe, as far as, like, paying for early access, I think Path of Exile does do it the most respectfully. And broadly speaking, actually, I think they have one of the most respectful monetization sort of strategies for any free-to-play game broadly. But you are correct. If you buy a bundle for early access, you get exactly the amount of money that you spent in in-game currency, as well as access to early access. So you essentially, well, yes, unless you have to go through some hoops and things happened and whatnot.
I don't blame
but that
with everything that happened.
That's apparently a thing Steam has a tendency to do. Apparently, I don't know. But anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah, like, access to early access is in some ways incidental, which is very nice.
Oh. So I've been playing through. I have gotten. I'm gonna preface this for my chat now anyway. I will be talking about spoilers.
That's true. I mean, we haven't gotten through the whole thing, but
No, but it's
broadly
still
speaking,
Act 2 spoilers, so to speak.
yeah, and like mechanical spoilers, because I mean, you know, we talk about how the game works, and if I think there's a lot of merit in learning how the game works yourself, because I really enjoy making the builds in this game. But I guess as a preface to your preface there, just for context, our dynamic we have going here is I played like hundreds, over 1,000 hours of Path of Exile 1, and Seaweaver never played Path of Exile 1. So that's kind of our conversational dynamic about how we feel about this game.
Yeah, so...
Anyway, carry on.
I've played through a majority. I've beaten Act 1 for sure, and I've played through a majority of Act 2. And I think my biggest drawback right now is actually the story. It's not great so far. And it's what's got me the most, I guess, worried is that I don't know how to change what's happened without this being, like, a retcon later. So,
I fought some big buggers before, but
go into more of, like, what I mean. There are 3 storylines that I've kind of focused on happening so far, and they're okay.
Oof, the frames in town.
The first one was a little weird.
well,
I just got into town as well.
Renly's the name.
Most excellent.
Well, I've no
Whoops.
for you.
Hello, Renly.
There's a beast, a particular dark power stalking us.
There's
Now,
the
you
shield.
could channel your gold.
Alright, let me see. There's a stash here, but I don't know if I have.
Like these, old man.
I don't have anything usable.
Welcome, if I don't got it. Feeling lucky?
I will have to gamble on a mace. Remove the following skill gems. Load fragmentation round. Okay, so
I think crossbows are cool.
use this. Yeah, but I wanted to try one-handed and see what happens if I, like,
Understandable. I really
things together.
I really enjoyed the crossbow. The crossbow has been really unique as a like an ARPG sort of mechanic. Very different from anything in Path of Exile 1. So I think that's been very cool.
Yeah,
It makes me very intrigued to see the other new weapons that they're adding, which is the spear and the flail, are 2 that did not exist in the first one.
I've been using the Purge wand, actually, as my main so far, and I'm pretty enjoying it. Hello. I have a very pleasant vocal fry. Yeah, this is sick voice.
it's ultra fry.
Yeah. But so the story that was how's my stream going? Is going good so far. We just started.
It's true.
Ultra fry, that is indeed what I feel like right now.
Let me see here.
Travel to you. So the first act is kind of good, but I don't know, it feels a little too much like just world building and setup.
Yeah.
For something that ultimately feels like it's discarded, like right into Act 2 as well.
Welcome to the camp of all this.
Where it's like, none of this area really feels like it was important to what I am now doing in Act 2. Apart from like the final 2 boss fights.
Right.
And it was like, again, it's not bad. It's just it was not the pacing I was expecting.
Well, so I would, I guess, disagree slightly in the sense that I guess not necessarily disagree. I kind of view it a little bit differently in that I think they did a good job in that Act 1 has sort of its self-contained story, with a pretty effective hook at the end of taking you into the wider world, because the story of Act 1 is essentially dealing with your own, like, start point as that criminal, right? And, like, ultimately getting, I guess, vengeance, or, you know, dealing with that, which then sort of naturally hooks you into you know, where do you go from there? Why was something happening in Act 1 so that you need to sort of follow that chain? It feels very much like something like a self-contained, like a Dungeons and Dragons adventure, where at the end then the hook is put in, so it's like, well, where are we supposed to go next? And it's like, well, you should follow this.
I'm assuming for the time being you have permanent allocation. On the
it's
short allocation.
It's short allocation.
Okay.
I generally I largely respect whatever the initial allocation is. Like, I'm not an asshole about it. So
I'll be honest, the only reason me and my friend put it on permanent is because neither of us have the brain capacity to pay attention to who dropped for what right away. And so we'll see something shiny that just neither of us noticed because we were in a fight and be like, let me grab the shiny.
Well, yeah, and honestly, it's not that big a deal to me if we end up picking, because I mean the only thing that will really be coming across is likely that's important will be uniques, and at that point it's like, well, does this unique make more sense for me or for you, and then go from there. Like, it's not a big deal.
So I think the first act, like, it has its self-contained story, and the entire ending is a good hook. The Act 2.
Yeah.
I liked it. I just felt like all the way up onto Act 2, like, everything before the farmlands, essentially.
Damn it.
Just kind of felt like roaming and protecting a village that I'm now leaving for dead as I go on this commander adventure.
I can kind of see that, but I guess this is one of those points of like comparison that I have with Path of Exile 1, where the story in Path of Exile 1 was like kind of irrelevant, like really, really non-existent, especially early on. So like, as a point of comparison against Path of Exile 1, this is like remarkably more fleshed out as to like where you're going and what you're doing.
Okay.
Not to say like it's a perfectly told story or anything. It's just as a point of comparison, like it was just never the focus of the first game, and this one is better than the first game was as far as the story is concerned. So like that is something.
So the first act story, I'm like, I can take it or leave it, sort of.
Hey, Leo.
Is I guess the way that I ultimately feel about it, where it's not bad, but it's not the best they have to offer.
Well, and so one also important piece of context that's I don't necessarily know that it I'm sure there are ways that it could potentially be executed better and whatnot, but they've also talked specifically in various interviews about how one of their priorities is to ensure that because of their you just got chewed right on up.
Yep. Reviving is a nightmare.
Yeah, because of their intention to sorry, not their intention. Because one of the main focuses of the game is coming back around, playing new characters, doing the thing again in leagues. It's important to them that the story can essentially be skipped. And so that does lead to you know, the story not being able to necessarily take every piece of like cinematic opportunity or like get fully fleshed out when maybe it can't. Come on.
Yeah, so the two
Damn, I was hoping I could get it. I was close.
The two other stories, like in comparison, that I have from this game so far are one of them. Like the next step of the story was incredible. I'm loving one of the storylines in particular. And then there's the main story that I'm doing again, and I am just like not feeling it at all again. Which is kind of what's giving me this, I guess, like emotional or like storytelling whiplash, so to speak. But the second story that I'm absolutely loving, like I am 100% on board and in love with, is actually your character class story, where you go to Act 2.
Oh, ow!
And a little bit into Act 2, you get told, hey, there's this lady that used to be like a really notorious traitor to everyone. So we decided to do the only thing that was right, and we locked her up. Sentenced her to 100 years as a djinn. We're sorry to say this, but that was 1,000 years ago. And she kind of cooked a little too long. Could you do us the favor of going and, like, unleashing her spirit since she served her time? We would do it ourselves. Oh, there's 2 of them. What? Oh, that's the tail.
The other is the tail, yeah.
So yeah, we would go and do it, but there's no way she isn't pissed, and we don't want to deal with that, so we're gonna ask you to do this thing. And so you go through, you deal with the ancient djinn, and as you start dealing with her, she's like, oh yeah, hey, just so you know, I'm pissed. But once you beat her, she kind of gets this new tone to her where she's like, okay, I understand. I vented my frustrations.
What? Ow, wow.
Oh, that's... Yeah, I'm not in such good shape. But then her new issue becomes she's still a criminal to society. So she's kind of gotta, you know, go through the steps
Hey, Corgi.
of making sure that she can be a good citizen again. Oh, that's gonna kill me?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Here, hold on. Let me pause your story real quick. 'Cause I want to address a question I've got in chat, which is how moving is in this game. So this game, I am moving via WASD, but it does accommodate mouse click movement as well as controllers. There are lots of ways that this game can be played. Anyway, and then to you, Corey, this is Path of Exile 2. Anyway, carry on. Seaweaver.
Oh, that's okay. So far, it's nice. It's like, oh, you go through, she needs to be redeemed. And you go, someone goes, oh, hey, you know what would be a perfect redemption? You've proven to be a great warrior so far. Like, really good, bang-on warrior. You would do really good. Ooh, uncut skill gem. You would do really good at this little trial thing you have. And if you do it, you can unlock some greater power. And it turns out that this djinn decides to go on a self-redeeming journey with you to help you get your class ascendancy. And I don't know if anyone who's, like, played enough has caught on yet, but that's where they start to trick you. And I'm pretty sure this is leading to something that I am going to regret later on. But it's going to be an awesome little bit of regret. Because as you go through the trial, she sounds like she is doing everything in her power to help you. Right? Like, she will whisper in your ear, tell you, like, that a great foe approaches. Like, she'll tell you when a yellow is going to be the start of a new room. She'll tell you when, like...
now this won't come.
She'll tell you when the room that you're going into is going to be a little bit more challenging. I don't have enough intelligence. This is where this is going to get fun, huh?
Oh, yeah, you're going to have to build up the stats. To the question of what this game is about. So this is an action RPG in the veins of Diablo. Largely, so this is Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 1 especially was sort of made 13 years ago, I think. 12, 11, 13, 11. It was a lot of years ago. That was sort of considered the spiritual successor to Diablo 2, because it came out very close to Diablo 3, and Diablo 3 departed pretty significantly from Diablo 2, and sort of the essence of Path of Exile 1 was largely accepted to be kind of closer to Diablo 2, and this is the follow-up to that, which still has a lot of the aesthetic and styling of Diablo 2, but has much more legitimately moved forward the sort of innovation in the space of ARPGs, because this is doing a lot more interesting things, as well as leaning a little bit further more towards like a Souls-like experience with harder bosses, more sort of methodical gameplay of like boss mechanics, dodging, taking opportunities that are given to you and things of that nature. Anyway.
Yes. None of it's junk. Sure,
So,
I'll take it off
with
your
the
head.
Jinn, I don't know if you've noticed, but as you go through the Ascendancy trials, she keeps whispering in your ear all these little helpful things, right?
Uh-huh.
And I couldn't help but notice that the main mechanic of an Ascendancy trial is called Honor.
That's true.
And when you do
That one, at least.
When you use the honor system, what happens is, every time you get hit, a portion of the damage goes to your honor. You run out of honor, you fail the trial. Have to retry and restart.
Yep.
And so it sounds like a challenge, and it was genuinely a challenge for anyone doing melee.
It's true.
Myself,
It was-
before the patch came out.
Yeah, the patch has hypothetically made that less brutal.
My friend has gone through it now with their melee because they have monk, and they said that they were fine.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. But I couldn't help but notice that little Miss Lady Jin also has very don't get hit themed mechanics in her first fight.
Oh.
That seem very central to the honor. So for, I guess, clarification, one of her attacks is she will go invisible, disappear to somewhere in the room, and when she does, what you're supposed to do is find and touch her,
Hey, Stella.
at which point she'll let out a little attack, and you have to dodge it. Additionally, throughout this attack, when she is invisible, she's pouring out this little poison mist from the inner circle of the ring. And so it's a game of get her and, like, don't get hit before you can touch her and clear out the miasma. The other major mechanic she has is summoning enemies, in which she'll put these little coins on the ground, and if you let the coin spin too long, it summons a new enemy. The only way to fix this is to stand on the coin, and she'll do a little slam attack on it. But if you sit there in the slam attack, you're gonna get hit, and you're gonna take up a big portion of damage. And so all of her hits, or all of her attacks, seem to be this very central, like,
There we go.
head of the Winter Wolf.
Yoink.
Around scepter.
Good luck at your surgery today, Corgi. I hope that goes excellently for you, and that your recovery is swift.
Quest completed. Left click to the portal to create a button back in town. Goddamn me. I'm gonna turn off the tutorials here.
I should have done that, yeah.
Where is this? Oh. Game? Ah, yeah, disable tutorials. Here it is. This leads me to
Good
believe.
point. Where is that game?
Yeah, it's under game settings.
Yeah, okay. There we go.
But yeah, all of this is leading me to believe that she might actually be one of the Ascendancy bosses?
It could be, because the nature of the trials, all of the trials, is when you first do them, they are essentially a microcosm of the trial at full strength. In the case of the Trial of the Sekimas, you do one floor, right, for that first try through.
Yeah.
But when you go to it properly, because each trial is intended to be one of these sort of late game repeatable contents, going through it later means that you can actually go through, I don't know how many floors, if it's infinite floors, if it's mini-much floors, but there is a larger number of floors that you have to work through, and I
am inclined to believe, though, that she might become a boss in one of these.
She very well could be the end boss of that trial. The second trial you come across is sort of much more obviously that the trial master is definitely the later boss of it, because he's just an asshole.
But it's nice of her to be the final boss, because I also now am inclined to question, is this going to be a betrayal boss? Or is this going to be a honor-bound fight?
I don't know.
And I don't know, but it makes me want to go through and experience more of this character's story.
That is fair.
It's a good
well,
story.
and yeah, so one of the other things that you not like miss out on, but one of the sort of things that we get out of having played Path of Exile 1 is that at least some of the things are interesting to connect, because I don't remember if this is exactly the case. I shouldn't do that. I think I read somewhere that this is supposed to be like 1,000 years after the timeline of the first game, and so it's interesting to see certain like connections between the two games that help sort of fill in the world building. And so that's another one of those like little things that kind of encourage you to keep going, and you wanna find out and see where it goes and how it connects and stuff like that.
Yeah, and so
See you later, Corgi.
that's the second story that I'm like, I keep going, like, I'll go through the story, and I'm just like, you know, it's good. It's genuinely good. I'm loving it. I want more of this. This is awesome.
I'm
And
stuck
then
on a
I
tree.
get to the Act 2's, like, actual main plot, and I am immediately taken out of it with everything that's happening. Like,
Oh, my health is very low.
I do not like what the dialogue, at least of the witch and everything, implies.
Bonk. Oh. Oh, I stood on that. Freaking. Damn you, chilled ground.
Just get rid of these two little idiots. So, the issue I have, I'm gonna point out the glaringly obvious, like, quote-unquote bad writing. I need more intelligence. Thank you for the point. Is that enough?
Low life.
Another support jet.
Hey, Kappa.
Oh, I have contagion now? Guess I missed it. Meat shield? Yeah, give me meat shield for my beats.
Well, and so another thing that is worth keeping in mind, not that it necessarily improves the writing, but the fact that ultimately there should be 6 acts in total, so the second act is still quite early as far as like building the overall story arc.
Yes, but I don't think that's going to help with the one issue that I'm about to point out.
That's fair. Carry on.
So, in Act 2, you go through this bit, there's an ancient Lich who gets awoken, he decides to create a sandstorm, blocking your way forward.
Uh-huh.
Cool. You know what? You have to pad out the time a little bit, let the people go, like, Your quest from there becomes go explore around, and I do enjoy those quests more of like, hey, we don't actually know what to do, maybe you could just check the surrounding areas and find some stuff that works. But the ultimate solution to this is as you're exploring around, you find these like catacombs, and they're like, ooh, catacombs are always good. We could probably find some old like ancient history book that could teach us how to break this firewall spell or something. And so you start to thinking, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna find this little like ancient book, we're gonna do this whole new spell. It'll be fine. Turns out that's not how we solve it. Turns out the solution is, oh hey, I just so happened to find this ancient dead goddess who had a single tear of water left that is perfect to use in a ritual to undo the spell, so we can continue forward.
Have you been, like, listening to all the extra dialogue and stuff?
I've been doing my best. There are some that I kind of, like, skip through, but usually it's on the side quests.
So, I think that might be another thing that is lost a little bit in having not played Path of Exile 1. And a big part of that is because the end of Path of Exile 1, which I honestly not that well connected to Path of Exile 1 lore or story, because a lot of it got introduced past the point of time where I was paying attention to it, because like I'd already played hundreds of hours and I wasn't about to start paying attention then.
Yeah.
But basically from the pieces that I can sort of try to piece together is the end of Path of Exile 1 is a conflict of gods. Like, you are taking part in a conflict of gods, so
I can understand that and using those, like, previous story beats to do that sort of writing. My issue doesn't come from using those story beats. My issue comes from the way the dialogue presents it as if this is some major cosmic accident.
well, that's not exactly the case, though. I mean, it's a little bit of an accident that item was there, but it was not simply the fact that you use... Actually, I think we might need to still find some stuff in that zone. Oh, no, the Red Veil, I think, is okay. I think that is probably one of the places.
Area, right?
Yeah. I think that's one of the side areas that we have to go to first, so yeah, I think that's fine. Although yeah, it'll work.
I don't actually know. I didn't pay attention too much to where I was going. I tried to more so pay attention to the plot.
Right, because it's not necessarily that it's just, oh, you need this drop of water and that fixes it. It's that you needed the drop of water to complete creating a horn, that the Horn of Veshtari, which I'm relatively sure that in Path of Exile 1, you kill Veshtari. I think I remember doing that. She is a wind-based boss that goes into your pantheon after having slayed it. So, like, that ties that together in that you are getting a horn that controls the wind because it's a goddess that you killed in Path of Exile 1, and so you have to remake that horn.
I still think finding the god's burial chamber and the one item that just so happens to go with it could have still been presented better, in that, like, this is a conflict of gods, we're saying. I am sure that of the thousands of people that must live in this world and know about these conflicts, someone surely wrote a history book. At some point, someone tracked these events in some, like, even slightly meaningful way. I would much prefer you stumble upon the book, and then, because you find that book, look, you have a new objective. Go find where the god was buried. And this no longer...
I mean, you do...
just so happen to accidentally find the burial ground of a god.
I think you might have missed a conversation, though, because I had a quest to go there. Like, I knew I was going there to find...
I had nothing of the sort. Like, when I found the thing, I got back, and the dialogue that I got was specifically like, oh my god, wait, you actually found this? I thought this thing was a myth. We didn't believe it even existed. Why would we send you to find this thing? How did you find this? Where did you
I don't know.
find this? And it like became a whole conversation at like post beating the one fire dude was, hey, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
how you
I
found
thought-
this, but you shouldn't have found this.
I thought Zakra, I think it's Zakra, the oral historian, I thought that she had given a quest to go get it, is what my recollection was.
Huh, yeah, I had no such conversation with her.
I don't know. I guess we'll see when
was-
we get there.
I was told that there was history in those areas. And that I was looking for something in those areas that could help us with said horn. But she was just like, I don't know how we're gonna complete the thing, just look through the areas, maybe we'll find something. And then I killed the dude, found the ancient goddess, and she was just like, oh my god, where'd you find this? This exists? And I know for a fact that I got the lucky, like, you're lucky who found this dialogue, because I remember the pet peeve was in the exact wording of the dialogue, being just our luck that you happen to be there right now to find this then. And I was like, that... why is this luck? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't quite recall. We'll just have to see how it shakes out when we get there.
Back some mana ring.
But yes, as to Stella's point in my chat, the gameplay is far more important to me than the story. So that there is that weighting to my things. But I didn't remember that being so like sticking out as some significant anomaly. But again, while I was going through that, I was much more thinking, wait a second, I think we killed this guy. Like,
yeah, it's like
I'm pretty sure I know them.
I think what's happening is I'm paying attention to it much more because I keep having these different contrasting views, where like, my views... I keep forgetting to slot this skill that I have. So my views on
There's a storm room up here for you.
My views on anything that are like, I guess, self-centered story have been written pretty well so far.
Should have expected a trap.
Yeah.
So, like,
well, and
the
something...
The major one in this area that I can actually remember is our gamble buddy Finn asks us to like go check up on some people.
Right.
Because he's worried about their health and safety, to find out that they decided to get in with an ancient cult. And then it becomes a fun trial of, hey, can you help cleanse this cult and like show them the error of their ways? Maybe it's not too late. And it's like, it's a good storyline. And then I get back to the world plot and I'm like, I will admit, everything beyond it wasn't the dude, it was his wife that was evil, has left my mind entirely.
Well, no, that's what's important though, because the corruption that was in that town is the same corruption that's leading the Baron and his wife to do what they did. That's what made her evil, is the corruption. It was the same one corrupting those cultists.
Yes. And I can see and acknowledge that, but it's the fact that that's the only part of Act 1's non-side story that I even remotely remember. I don't know what we're doing right now or why we're doing it, if I'm being honest.
Well, I've started already skipping the dialogue, so that's where I'm at. But the thing is I think that's primarily the main plot point in the first one. One thing that is, so as far as the more personal story in Act 1, a large part of it is like, why are we considered criminals? And a lot of the world-building stuff laying around is about the Count and why he's such an asshole and what we're trying to do with that. One thing that is interesting on the story-wise is that they've done a much better job of tying the actual characters into the world, because since you have not played with them yet, you probably have not realized that the warrior that I'm playing is from that first town. The blacksmith is my dad right now.
Oh.
And so, like, there are some much closer connections to the different places in the world, which I think is interesting.
Okay, so I think it's still a matter then of they're doing good on the world or on the personal plots. The world plot sometimes feels like there's something missing, and I think it's because a lot of the little details of the world plot then are actually kind of hidden in character dialogue. But that means you have to play as each of the separate characters to understand those connections. Like, I started with the Lich, because it's my go-to is always necromancy. I want to experience necromancy. Ooh.
There's one of the obelisks down here. Oh, yeah.
So, like, my go-to is always necromancy, and because of that witch that we just fought, that was in, like, the little woods side of her house, I had some really interesting dialogue with it that led me down a rabbit hole of, like, oh, this is cool to know. I'm not supposed to be here. Like, because her whole bit with the witch is, you're a long way from any, like, known coven. What led you here? Right? And then as I go through the game, I am learning that apparently, just in this area and in this, like, section in general, witch covens aren't really a thing. And they just don't exist as much. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool to know.
Yeah.
But it also, again, then, I guess, helped to drive that, like, pseudo-alienation into me. Because, it also made it feel like everything my character was doing makes no sense for me to be doing. Like, I'm a long way from home. Basically, my only goal right now is revenge, because he tried to hang me.
I mean, yeah, that's good motivation, though.
It is good motivation. But it means that I, as a character, on that character, am no longer really capable of being invested in the world. Because I don't get to know about all these little inner workings, because I'm not from here. And so it helps kind of, it doesn't help the world plot when most of my dialogue is, I shouldn't be here, so I'm gonna kick your ass.
Well, so a couple things. One, Kappa brings up a good point, which is the point I was going to bring up on what you mentioned about needing to, like, play most of the characters to get, like, all of the world details, which feeds into the whole sort of point of the gameplay loop of the game, right? Of try new characters, go through, see how things work, and giving you a bit of a new experience each time because of those new connections you get to find out about.
I think the issue with that one is that it works, but I'm then worried about how much time does this game really want me to invest in order to get invested in the world plot. Because let's say, like, I've played 40 hours of that witch so far, and I'm only playing this dude right now because I'm trying to learn how to melee a little bit better. Because when melee comes out, I inevitably want to make a character with this sort of, like, build so that I can do funny Lich builds, but as a dude with a rapier, because I want to do funny pirate builds. But it's like, if I've put 40 hours into the Lich so far, I'm maybe halfway through Act 2, maybe a little bit further, maybe 3/4, I don't actually know.
Yeah, you're definitely getting towards the end of it.
It's like, I just cleared the miasma, and that's where I had to stop today. But so, if I have to then go through all of this on each of the characters, only for that like, character to no longer be playable as of the next league, or like when this comes out of early access, if I haven't had the time to go through all the characters, then I've just inherently missed out on the plot because I have to then decide, do I want to go through and get the rest of the world plot and be behind on whatever this new like league has to offer is? Or do I want to go through the new league and new plot and
New leagues
on the old world?
New leagues do not introduce new plot in that way. Worth knowing. New leagues introduce new mechanics that come up while you play this same storyline.
Okay, so you still play the same story in a new
Yes, because a new league, what new leagues usually introduce is you'll be like going through an area and some sort of new encounter will crop up randomly. So it'll be like maybe a new thing that you step on, which then, you know, opens a breach that spawns a new type of enemy that you have to deal with, and killing those causes them to drop a different kind of item that you then collect a bunch of those, and then you combine them into an item that ultimately you use to, you know, go into the breach. Well, I'm essentially describing breach, which is already in this game, but was a league a long time ago. So it's those sorts of things. It will not change the main storyline.
Okay, so that puts some worry at ease.
Yeah,
but you can see
that's one of the reasons.
Perspective, like without
Yeah,
knowing any of this, it becomes.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, I think it's important to understand the context of what Path of Exile like intends to do, which is to allow you to repeatedly go through the same game in a fashion that's fun every time, and, you know, not something that becomes burdensome. And so, like, I think they've tried in this time to introduce a little bit more of those sort of breadcrumbs to incentivize and keep things a little fresh as you go more and more.
Yeah, it's the, like, I got worried about it because, again, as a witch anyway, I started to feel more and more, I guess, alienated from the story. Which
I will also remind you that the name is Path of Exile. We are all alienated exiles.
Well,
That's kind of always been the point.
But I more so meant, like with the world plot, for example. I know nothing of what's happening here because my witch just kind of keeps, like, saying, oh, that's new, or, like, huh, we don't do that where I come from, and so I'm learning all about this other place that I don't get to go to or explore yet. Which, from my perspective, is just confusing.
Oh, I missed. Ow.
I have no health flasks. You stop? Oh, that's...
Well, I mean, this could get you your flasks back.
Yep. If I can, you know, not actually get a hit. This is why I have...
Wow, you are alive by the magic pixel right now. I'm trying to keep your ass alive.
I have played my fair share of Souls games. I don't play them often, but I play them enough to at least have the skill to do what I need to do. For reference,
I play a lot of Souls games.
Yeah, for reference, both in Dark Souls 3 and in what I have played anyway of Elden Ring, my entire build is two weapons that I just enjoyed dodging the world with.
There we go.
Ooh, uncut skill gem. Ow.
Never give up a fight.
Oh, nice. Some
There.
these assholes come from. Get out of here.
They followed me from below.
Get bonked.
Quilted vest. Ooh.
Gotta stay quick on my
Go do that, Stella.
Oh,
Get
wait.
to it.
Come on.
Oh, your inventory full?
Drop the scepter. Yeah. Okay.
Alright. I'm gonna go back to the entryway with the new fast travel, which is extremely
It's
convenient.
already here now.
It is. Since we didn't get the waypoint in this other area, I wanna go find that before we go back to town.
That's fine.
Oh, nice. It didn't reset this area. Fantastic.
That means we took less than 15 minutes.
Yep. Well, 8 to 15, apparently. it's a little squiffy.
I believe the way I worked it out was 8 in town is what they do, but 15 if you're out exploring.
Oh,
like
that could be.
So
I kind of assume that it might also be dependent on their current server load, like how many people are on.
Oh, that's true.
Because I remember on launch weekend, they didn't save at all. Because I think that was one of their, memory saving devices to try to support the number of people that were playing on launch. Was just like, you left a zone, it was gone. It was that shit disappeared.
It's I think the only reason I learned / did this math was so I play these games very differently from most. In that I play these games to farm because I love farming. It's
I do not care for farming myself, but
so much fun. I will go through 13%.
Ah, here we go.
Spirit. Take it.
Channel. Okay, that's cool.
Give him, quest items. Here you go, Renly.
Here are your spikes, but I would ask what you need.
No, don't, Renly.
If
You
you
know better.
find
Don't
it.
ask.
2.
Do bring it back.
We'll make that 2.
Put this. Use 2 runes away because I don't have any rune slots.
Yay, I'm throwing the first unique item into the guild stash because I already had one.
Oh, nice.
Feeling lucky? Deal.
But yeah, I love farming in these games. It is like my bread and butter.
Man, you're gonna have a good time when you get to end game.
Oh, I can guarantee you I will.
Yeah, you're gonna have a good ass time.
It's so for reference, in Act 2, when I got there, I
Bonk.
got a bunch of gear that I just kind of bought from the
You
merchant
have
/ gamblers.
Sure.
I spent the next 10 hours farming to make it good gear. Because I could.
Best be quick about this.
I definitely did not do that.
I just wanted to. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, that's fair. I just run on absolute minimum gear as long as I can, because I just do not want to freaking have to farm.
I like it because it teaches me how to farm for the stuff that I actually want later. Like, right now, I know, if you want, if you want the stuff to upgrade gear, you do the ritual in Act 1.
Mm-hmm.
If you want general yellows, and,
A wound. Only by a tangle.
the little, rune slotted items,
Stay safe. If you can.
Oh.
then, was the hooded one here yet?
He's there but not alive yet. We gotta go bring his ass back.
Yeah, and so, I'm so into farming in these games, I made a custom loot filter. Which is why you'll often see me ignoring stuff on the ground sometimes. Even in early game, is because, I just use the same filter. And I will continue to learn how to make a loot filter and how to improve on my loot filter and find like the exact stuff that I or my friends would want out of this thing, just because, I don't know, I enjoy it.
Yay, another level.
But like, that is where my bread and butter of these games comes in.
Oh, right. I haven't tried my new ability. Whatcha!
That and making builds that everyone is like, what the hell are you doing? And then I show them in action what it does, and they're just like, okay, that's pretty funny, though.
Oh, here we go. Here's a side guy.
Hey, hello, Bramble. It's a Pokemon.
It kinda is.
It's a Bramblegast is the name of a Pokemon.
Oh, is it? That's funny.
Yeah, it's a, you know the tumbleweeds?
Not specifically, but I can imagine.
Like, what the item of a tumbleweed is.
Oh, yes, I know what a tumbleweed is.
Okay. It is a ghost type that is just a tumbleweed.
Gotcha.
That's it. That's all it is. Is a
You.
tumbleweed.
Whatcha! Ow.
Ow. I would really love it if you would stop hitting me right as I roll.
Oh, wait, hold on. Bonk.
Yeah, it's just a tumbleweed. That's all it is.
Fair enough.
It's a
I gotta,
ghost type one.
I gotta remember that I can actually, like, block shit now. Oh, probably not that.
I still can't block it.
Oh, you just got absolutely cooked.
God, that was from full health too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if it's like, if it is my playstyle that kind of goes into it, or if it is just the fact that I'm playing like specifically on a witch, which might not be the best first play for a character per story, but some of the story that I get is really, really good. Like the whole thing with the trial of Shikmas.
Sekima. Yeah.
It's like, it's a good story so far. I can't wait to see if the Jinn becomes evil or not, because she keeps saying that she's there to help you, and she keeps like helping you, quote unquote, in the form of like whispers to you. But also, man, all of her mechanics are screaming, this is not a friend.
Bonk.
Oh, that's a chance shard. Nice. Uncut skill gem. I have 2 skills I can make.
What do I get here?
Okay, so I can get mace skills. Right? What a mace skill?
You can. That's what I have. Whee. Although I'm focusing much more on the shield stuff.
Hit break 15 armor. Ooh, I can do something really funny with hit break armor.
Armor break is nice.
I can make armor break even better if I really wanted to, because I have a thing on my witch where I've been loving the hell out of what I am calling the purge build on my witch. So everything she does chaos damage.
Sure.
So far. Like, I use a culling one because this is the culling one.
Yep.
Fun. And then on it, I have the Envenom skill gem
To add poison. Yep.
And then I have Corrosion to also break the people I envenom.
It's handy. The mercenary, the crossbow skills have a gas grenade that just leaves a cloud that poisons. That thing, when you add the corrosion, that thing just tears armor apart.
Oh, that's pretty funny. Well, what I also have going on is a
Hey, Diener.
special witch skill that is
Uh-huh.
passive, and it makes it so that whenever I'm standing near someone, they become withered, which makes them take up to a certain percent more of chaos damage.
Yep.
And so with Purge build, because I'm just constantly spreading this chaos damage, it's really funny to watch me go and like sit in the crowd for a second. Because it's like the first 2 seconds that the low
Bonk.
level enemy is alive, yeah, there's like a little bit of a problem. And then you get to the point where one of them dies, and my main skill is Contagion, which spreads to
Here we
whoever
go.
the hell it wants to touch.
Yeah, Contagion's always been a really strong skill.
So funny to watch. What I have learned is, I don't know when or where this happened,
Well, not yet,
but
anyway.
my Contagion spread now spreads all of my other Chaos debuffs.
Yeah, there's at least a few I know that specifically do that, and then there potentially also, I don't know if there's like
I still have to talk to sing your song like you went through.
any of the support stuff or whatnot that like makes it spreadable. I don't know, but
Please.
yeah, it's pretty great.
Don't know, but I learned that it is a skill gem,
I could see why mine
which
Bonk.
is really funny to me if it doesn't have a weapon symbol on it. I have to check. Because
Oi.
if it doesn't have the weapon on it, I have learned that means I can use it on any character.
Yes, it should be. Anything that you've been using as the witch skills, essentially anything that you can use with a wand, you can use with anything, because there's no abilities that specifically require a wand.
Well, this, yeah, I
Or
was
a
gonna
staff,
say,
for that matter.
The nicer bit of the occult skills is that they're not necessarily a wand thing.
Yeah, exactly. The occult, the elemental, and eventually, I guess, the primal skills, but the primal skills don't exist yet. That'll be for the druid.
Hell yeah. I'm like slowly making my way around this tree. Slowly but surely. Yeah, the thing I'm really excited about is so my witch is a blood mage,
Uh-huh.
meaning all of her spells also have a life cost to them, which kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But what I could do is,
Damn.
as a blood mage, one of the ascendancies is your curses have infinite duration.
Which is handy.
And so the new, like... The new
dead
skill
end.
that I have that kind of hurts me to cast is going to be really nice because it allows us to ignore armor.
Mm-hmm.
But it means that it's an infinite duration. I can
Yeah.
sit there
Oh.
and cast it the once at the start of battle, and then continue to poison and armor break them for even more. Not standing the poison?
Oh no. Yeah, my recent one that I've been playing solo has been the Stormweaver. Stormmage? Stormweaver? Is it Weaver?
Might be Weaver.
It might be.
I've heard people say Weaver before.
Regardless, one of the Stormweavers, which I'm building in not a weird way. I feel like it's kind of an obvious potential synergy, but it does make life difficult because I'm working my way towards. I got the mind over matter, so damage comes out of the mana, which is
Yeah.
kind of a huge inconvenience actually. Because
Oh, I know.
Boy, does that-
Mind over matter right now. I wish.
yeah, boy, does that run you into some trouble sometimes. But then ultimately the goal is going to be getting the arcane battery, which converts all of your energy shield.
Converts
All of your energy shield into mana. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
because
keep wanting to go for it and then deciding against it.
well, yeah, the main reason that it's beneficial in this one, as long as I can keep myself alive, is because one of the things that you get as a Stormweaver, or you can get, is that you always have Arcane Surge, which gives you increased mana regen and cast speed, and then the follow-up to that is that it increases the effectiveness of Arcane Surge by 1% per 15 max mana. So if you convert everything you have into max mana, you can potentially get tremendous benefit out of that. Along with the fact that there's a node nearby, Eldritch Battery, which gives you 3% spell damage per 100 mana, so like you can do all kinds of big pile of mana strategy is the idea, at least.
913, you're already raiding. Hello, Snowy. What happened?
Hello. Welcome, Raiders.
Thank you for the raid. I don't know if
Hello, Mola.
surviving.
Okay, hold on. We still gotta find a boss here now. But yeah,
It's gonna be back all the way back where we came from, and then to the right a little bit.
Hold on. We can just use the freaking checkpoint. Yup. That's
I'm
much
way
better.
Quieter than Poe?
Sorry, I'm loud.
No.
Broadly speaking, I'm loud.
It's me as well. Well, it's also the fact that I'm sick doesn't help. You know why? Because Poe is coming through once, but on the wrong thing. You're coming... No, you were coming through twice. You're coming through on the desktop audio, not the Discord chat. That's what happened there. I don't know if daily is working, but I hope it is.
This is a fun melee to play. I do like the way things interact.
Yeah, I don't know, I just keep seeing, like, melee weapons, and I'm like, I do want to try getting better at melee because melee funny.
Oh, you
But
know what's
also-
funny, actually?
Game, I would love it if you
Capital
didn't
playing.
do this for a second.
Say that again?
No, talking to the game, doing this
Oh.
thing where it corners me in poison and then tells me to survive as if I'm not supposed to be draining all of my health potions constantly already anyway.
But actually in this zone, which is why it came to mind, I don't know if it's like a specific weird thing that they forgot to do, but your friend was probably correct. We came across a cutlass here. I don't think it's supposed to be in the game yet, though, because there aren't skills for the swords.
There's a cutlass?
We definitely picked up a cutlass at one point in time.
Did you keep it?
I don't...
I would use that
think I
thing
did.
to this day.
Well, you can't use any abilities on it, is the issue.
I would still use it for the funny.
It was really funny when it dropped. I was like, what? They do exist, because we'd been through the whole thing of, like, we don't think the swords are in the games yet. Your friend's probably just full of shit. And it's like, no, we found one.
It was in this zone?
It was. I don't know, like, if it's mistakenly still in the loot table or something.
I'm hoping that you didn't get rid of the only one that you could have had pre-patch.
I don't know, we'll see. Well, and it's always, of course, possible that they have since resolved that bug in a patch. I don't know why you'd really care that much. But
Oh my god.
you've died again.
I have no health as this dude. I guess I need to invest more in strength. Oh, it doesn't help that I have no armor on.
Yeah, the lack of gear early on can be pretty tough.
Yeah, I have I have chest, belt, ring, and then my two things, and that's it.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so there's a chance I die on this. Try not to.
Bonk. I missed.
This is the other one that I think is just a balancing thing, but I started noticing it when I started playing on Steam Deck, which... Hey, this game technically works on Steam Deck. It doesn't look great by any means whatsoever.
Sure. Oh, I shouldn't be here.
But it does technically work. Well enough that I've been, like, actively farming on it. Just to have something to do on my Steam Deck.
Sure.
Okay. But something I noticed that
Slappies.
is a little bit of an issue with the Witch is the lack of attention people pay to my minions when their whole skill tree has been built for, hey, I don't care that you don't do damage, just tank damage. And
Right.
so they'll have, like, a health pool twice as big as mine sometimes. And NPCs will kind of just avoid them.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to feel about it.
Some of that may be resolved eventually, because there in the Path of Exile 1, there are a few minion support gems specifically which grant them, like, traits called, like, Defender, or give them taunts, which may be not in the game, or maybe higher level gems that you just don't have access to yet, which should improve that. That is, of course, assuming that they're going to do that same thing again.
Yeah, there it is. But yeah, it's just something that it's like, as a witch whose whole playstyle is that, you can see why it's a little more annoying. Oh, don't bother trying to revive unless they fixed it? Question mark?
No, I'm just great. I'm just great.
There's no way that
No,
yours is
not the
different
slappies!
than mine. So,
Well, I tried.
I don't know if this is just an issue with me then, or something that I'm doing, but every time I get hit, it resets my revive timer entirely.
It is dependent on, I believe, your, like, stun threshold. And so because I have more stun threshold, it doesn't set me back entirely.
Oh,
And
that's
so,
a mechanic I wish someone taught me about.
as far as, that's my understanding of how it functions, at least, is that if you are able to handle the stuns a little better, you will not get quite so...
I get fully reset every single time someone touches me.
I don't do very much damage right now. this is the problem I'm running into.
That's the other thing I like about my minions. They help with continuous damage.
They do.
Like,
My damage is just pretty low.
I might not be able to damage dudes entirely, but I don't necessarily... Oh, I saw that rock. But I don't necessarily need to when I'm a witch, or in this case, just having
I
fun
should
with
have
a minion
revived
build.
you. He went so far that I think he de-aggroed for a second.
Pretty funny.
Oh, damn it. That's what I had been going for, and I missed the opportunity. That's gonna kill me.
Nice dodge. Oh? Oh my god, the game gave you enough time.
Because I have absolutely no life flasks left.
Nor do I still.
Well, at least you have full health and some minions.
Yep, I can contagion. Oh, that's a bad thing to be. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, at least I have contagion to hit him from afar.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Guy doesn't have, like, any ads to give you back flasks.
Nope.
It kind of sucks. Way to go, minions. You run through those mushrooms.
Oh, that hit me in the face.
Sure did.
I'll get better at this, I swear. Yeah, I didn't know how to properly use the culling build in this game until, like, I don't know, I think, like, midway last week.
Ooh.
But now that I've learned how to use the culling build, it's so
Damn
good.
it.
I can just watch a boss's health bar like tank down while I'm doing nothing.
Ah, balls. Help me, tiny health regen. Save me.
I think the
Oh, shit.
I think
I timed that improperly.
I think resurrecting could also use some work.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Do I have any magic items to put a new modifier on yet? No.
I think
I guess I could have made my
especially
stuff magic.
I'd like it to be able to sort of be tanked a little bit better. That like
Yeah.
if you're like easily surviving the hits, I think you should be able to get somebody up.
It's so this is the risk of rain philosophy I have, because this is also very much an issue in Risk of Rain. In that before their newest like update in Risk of Rain, there was zero way to revive someone after they had died on a level.
Right.
Which meant that if someone died on a level, the problem was just that they're stuck sitting there watching you doing nothing until you decide to beat the next level.
Well,
Oh, that's yep.
now I'm
that.
here.
Do I not have energy shield regen? That might be my issue. No, I do.
Put ya.
I broke armor.
Well, I'm never in
Oh.
a position to actually get out of that. Oh.
Hey, so good news is we might have ads at least.
Oh, well,
They're in the top right.
I guess that's fine.
The better news is they're not actually aggro.
Okay, well, we
They're
can
just
save
kinda up
those
there.
like they can be leftovers. We'll save them to snack on tomorrow.
Yeah, basically.
I do see them.
Oh, that's...
Quack.
You know what? Good on you, too. Yeah, they're just kind of chilling up there.
Just living their best lives. Boy, I'm a big fan of this shield slam. Shield charge?
I'm not a-
shield charge.
Big fan of how much taunt I apparently generate just as a person.
just, yeah, just as a person.
Like,
General personality.
I've always had to be the tank in games. And I always find myself being the one with taunt, whether it's intentional or not.
Yeah, I'm sure I can make that better once I'm doing any damage higher than, like, 0 that I'm doing currently.
Yeah, it's like, it's not just that. It's, for once in a game, I would like if I could make my minions properly taunt and actually tank long enough for me to, you know, do my job as a DPS. Okay,
Oh, well,
hey
my
buddy.
ass is teleported. Bonk.
There we go. Keep damaging and breaking her. Yeah, the good news is
Ow.
I will get better at this because that's kind of how my entire character. Oh, I'm out of flasks though.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I missed.
But yeah, my entire playstyle is like I've been getting really good with starting to call it the fencer style. I'll go in,
Bonk.
get a little damage, and then I'll make sure I run away until it's safe to, you know, actually attack again.
Yeah.
Run in, get some more
Bonk.
damage. Oh, hey guys.
Sometimes I just give up on shield charging when I get there. Maybe they're technically out of range. I don't know. I just like walk past them on occasion.
Could just be an animation glitch, but it's still pretty funny.
Yeah, maybe. Bonk.
Oh. Okay.
Well,
I got it.
here I am. Bonk.
Decide to run
Okay,
through
now
this.
I'm out of flasks.
Alright, I'll probably pull them in a second. Okay, I'm definitely gonna pull them. Oh, they can't be pulled. They're outside of
Careful,
the...
he's got rocks. Oh, that's coming at me.
That's coming at me.
Bonk. I think shield charge is like the most effective thing I have as far as damage. Bonk.
My Contagion's doing pretty good at hitting him when he's
Charge. Bonk.
Oh, support gem. Hell yeah. Finally.
So a ruby ring.
Ooh, a medium life flask. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, I'm not high enough level to wear that ruby ring. Well, fine then. Jerks.
Oh my god.
Support. What can I give to shield charge?
I have given my skeleton minions the ability to survive for 4 seconds.
That's cool as hell.
Oh.
This is Stomping Ground. Specifically supports travel skills. Triggers a shockwave when you take a step while using supported skills. So now I should just...
Ah, that's kind of cool.
Oh, that's cool.
That's kind of cool.
Big fan. So now I can just like run past people and...
Oh, that's...
Wow, you just like got evaporated.
I don't have good health or shield right now.
Well, regardless, we have done what we came for, so we can
What is
pop out
mine?
over here.
I have an evasion rating of 12, an armor rating of 15%, and an energy shield of 16.
That 16 is really saving your bacon there.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's doing the heavy lifting. To the cemetery.
Hey, we're gonna be at the point where I usually use to farm for a bit. It's one of these two tombs is my farming tomb.
Oh, what the? Whoa, game. Are you okay? Game's not okay. What the?
I am going to
happening?
quickly create a town portal to grab some stuff.
Okey doke.
That
wow.
being, I need another goddamn skill gem. And I
think
have
this is the-
so many leftover 3s.
Oh yeah. This is the first Arcanist's Etcher currency I've obtained.
Oh, I also can upgrade my normal to a magic. Put some
In the stash you go.
magic modifier on. Ooh, attack speed is nice. Oh. You know what? Hey, Renly, do you have any maces for sale by chance?
Not a bad idea, actually.
Ooh, he does with a 5 life per enemy killed as one of them. I'm gonna take it.
Stick to the cards.
Why are these all two-handed maces?
I
Where are
am
the
going to
one-handers?
odd.
My man.
Target is not normal rarity. Oh, it's blue. Yeah, a lot of them.
Dabu dee dabu die.
Ooh, 43%
combine it.
increased physical damage. That's 6 to 10.
Oh, wait.
I am indeed blue. Dabba dee dabba die.
Are these one-handers? Oh, they are. Grimblow Smithing Hammer. It is only level 4, but it is yellow.
Okay, so I want to give myself a skeletal warrior level 3.
+1 to all melee skills. You know, maybe I'll take that.
And then, don't I have extra ones in here
I'm
too?
just gonna bonk that.
Oh, but they require other levels and intelligence modifiers.
Let's see. Do I have any? Okay, I can't. Literally can't wear necklaces yet.
Mace. I'm assuming Earthquake is an AoE at least. You can dual wield?
You can.
Oh.
In fact, I don't think there are a tremendous number of skills yet that sort of benefit from it.
I was just looking at the,
There is one in the mace tree that actually benefits from dual wielding.
It's one that also
Specifically,
doesn't benefit from it specifically, like, it makes it worse.
I think it'll probably come more into play with the daggers. I bet a lot of dagger stuff will provide benefit for dual wielding.
Oh, that's true.
Let me see here.
Oh, is this energy shield? No, it is evasion rating. I want armor and evasion
yeah.
rating.
Axes are also probably something that'll get some dual wielding. I forgot axes even existed. Well, they don't exist yet, but they will exist someday.
I don't have
like...
any knowledge of this game, so I wouldn't have knew that they existed to begin with.
Yeah, but Bone Shatter gets to hit with both weapons.
Oh, here we go. Armor, evasion rating, and I can put a rune slot in it.
Oh, Earthquake hits with both weapons too. All
yeah.
Right. They all actually sort of hit with both. That's pretty good. Not all. A lot of them.
Okay, so this one's a white. It costs 61. I'm gonna gamble on this thing.
Gamble.
We're gonna try gambling on this mace real quick. It was not a great gamble.
Womp womp. You know, the thing that they have not allowed us to
worst
do
gamble
still is to dual wield shields. And for that, I take offense.
What would you like?
Doing the Dark Souls build of the double tower shield.
Absolutely. I want them to allow me to do something stupid. They as of yet do not.
Okay, I guess what I'm gonna do is gamble on this hood. Because I would like something, and I'm sure I'm gonna get some money out of it.
Alright, so I should now be doing
Magic,
a lot more
lightning
damage.
Resistance. Okay, I can take the 14 to maximum life. That I can take. And then...
Do you need...
Ooh, I have 3 whetstones. I could use them on my hammer to use that for a bit.
I need a much bigger shield. Freaking Lachlan the Lost yelling at me when I show back up. That was
cold
funny.
Lightning,
I didn't know he did that. I came back to the zone and freaking Lachlan was like, well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. And I was like, shut up, man. I'm doing stuff.
Okay, so I'll
sassing me.
Put this on this one because it'll be funny. Yeah, plus 40 to stun threshold. Let's go.
Bam.
I'm saving these for my hammer whenever I get a good one, though.
Whee.
Which I guess I need enough strength to have, like, a really good hammer?
Shut up, Lachlan.
No.
Dude, the shockwaves on travel skills is so freaking cool. I didn't know that existed.
I'm starting to have a posse follow me now.
I love that my new goal now
what happened?
My dash is to actually do, like, run-bys.
I wasn't paying attention.
Did you get, like, cooked?
I have no energy shield.
Oh, well, you might want some of that.
I don't know what happened to it.
Were you wearing something that had the intelligence required to wear the thing giving you an...
Oh, you know what it is? It's the fact that I changed my shirt and that was the only thing. Shield.
Well, here's this. Here's armor and energy shield.
Gloves? Yeah, I can use those. Oh, I identified them. They give me so much more than that, including 8% increased rarity of items found.
Excellent. I do love some increased rarity.
I'll take that. Yeah, my witch has that on mana right now.
Increased rarity is just...
Or on my ring, sorry.
so damn good.
Yeah, I use it because it's just I'm a loot goblin in the game.
I know.
I love the loot like aspect of these games. It's so much fun to me.
I'm really enjoying my freaking shield skills here. Specifically because, so, Kappa, in our game together, she's playing this class, but she's playing it with a two-handed hammer, so, like, I haven't seen any of these shield skills, and immediately I'm entertained by them.
Yeah, I cannot wait until they eventually add swords, because... Ooh,
Yeah,
uncut support gem. Oh, yeah.
I'm
Big
really
thing.
excited. I'm really curious to see the pace at which they add more content and stuff.
I just want to use a sword.
I know. Well, and the druid's pretty hotly awaited because primal spells is like a whole new type of spell that wasn't in the first game, or at least it's a new term. They might pull sort of similarities from old spells, and I've heard anywhere from like they say that they'll have that in within a month to 2 to 3 months. So I'm like, I don't know who to believe, but I'm excited to see the druid get added in.
Ooh, level up. I went through and added poison to my mace. Because I think I'm going to do armor break on this dude for some of his main things, and the corrosion will just help with that a little bit.
Well, hey, I
That's a
like
skill
somebody
point.
doing the armor breaking because then I get to do more damage. Although, one of my upcoming shield skills will actually cause armor break as well.
Well, I have this that causes armor break where I can, just kind of right click and then it
Yeah,
just
I
the
did
armor is
not-
just broken.
I did not get that ability.
I just thought it was fun.
Understandable. But it was really doomed when it was put up against a shield skill, like shield charge. Obviously, I'm getting the freaking shield charge. I got a theme going
No,
here.
this is why it's fun though, is because we get to see how different people experience the game. Like
I know, and that has always been what I love about this game. And one of the things that I think is really cool, because I think they have done a better job intentionally. They planned to do this. They mentioned it in some of the interviews of like pulling out a lot of the sort of very specific things from the
oh, there's
like
so
ascendancy. That was a lot of dudes.
that was
The
so
ascendancy
good.
stuff that sort of meant that there was a obvious weapon that they were supposed to use, right? So like Ranger, for instance, was the bow guy, right? For the Deadeye, but they've pulled out a lot of the terminology that was tied directly to bows from that ascendancy. So it's like you could use projectile spells with it, like, which is like you are doing a freaking summoner mercenary because you can just sort of make that stuff.
Ooh, yellow quilted
work.
vest. When did I do? Thanks, game. I saw you drop that and I got excited because I still have use for yellows no matter where I am in the game.
Well, especially
I love, by the way, their whole deconstruction system.
oh yeah, how you can with any item you can either like salvage it or disenchant it or sell it depending on what you're in need of at the time.
Yeah,
It's pretty great.
it's good.
Bonk.
Okay, we're going through
Bonk.
the lesser of two. Gotcha. Looks like.
Bonk.
Yeah, like, I'm just doing this because it's fun, and, like, so, this is just a personal pet peeve. I do not take anything against the game for it. But I don't gender-locked classes.
Yeah, I have never had nearly as much of an issue with that. I know that there are others who care a lot more, or at all. But it's never been one. But I recognize that is likely tied to the fact that I'm agender by ambivalence. So like, gender is irrelevant to me.
Yeah, it's
Some people care more, and that's fine.
it's more so because like I am an aesthetic person. I will always go form over function. If I can look good, don't care as much. But for some reason, when I try to do my own like class build in the things, I don't feel quite right not looking like myself.
And that's
Like,
fair.
I like that I can feel comfortable in, like, ESO recently gave me a hat that's my hat. And it makes it the second MMO ever to actually give me my hat. And let me be myself. Okay, I wasn't paying attention.
You've been mushed.
I wasn't paying attention and I swapped my healing flask, so I had no charges.
Yeah, that'll do it for...
Of course, she
That
comes
will
in
do
with
it.
the Quimus hat. Yes, I know it's a Quimus hat.
Um,
Look like a Quimus hat when I'm in a fight, though.
yeah, the...
But it's like, that's kind of all it takes for me to not like it as much. And so that's why I was like kind of shopping around to see, oh, okay, maybe there is a reason for me to play other classes, because I want to try to look good in different ways. And if I can use that, then, you know, I can play the game as, like, pseudo-intended, but in my own style still.
Yeah.
Which would mean a lot to me.
And
I just
don't
had to
love the
go through
fact
and...
that my shield charge can get caught on your back.
I'm not a giant fan of the collision in this game.
It's a little aggressive.
It's a little bit. Just a little
Like, I don't mind it as a mechanic. I think they sort of tightened up the dodge rolls as far as getting past people or enemies.
Oh, I still get that as a problem all the time.
Well, you are supposed to be able to get stuck. It's just they've made it less egregious.
Well, okay, the other issue is that I have minions. And I don't collide with them, but they cause everything to get into a tight little corner when it's all melee versus all melee.
Yeah, it gets kind of gummed up.
And yeah, it just causes a little bit of an issue. And it's like, I can acknowledge that it's my fault, but it would still be nice to be able to do something about it.
Yeah. Specifically player-to-player collision feels like a little broad. Like, I feel like I get caught up more than I would like to.
I will say not this tomb, but the other one that we do is a request to clear out the entire tomb because it has the best drop rates of any in the early game.
That's fine.
Which means good chance of like some loot that we can actually use throughout all of Act 1.
Man. This shield charge, like, very commonly just straight up staggers dudes, like heavy stuns them right out the gate. It's
Another
kind of
skill
excellent.
gem.
Damn, they just tossing those bad boys at you. Although I guess I got one too.
I guess I can increase my other one. Where's the cults? What else can I upgrade? Oh, I can get essence strength. That'd be a good one.
It's like I don't really want either of these necessarily.
Well, that's why. Okay, so this is the one that I've started to really praise with this game. And it's the ability to swap out skills on, like, any class, any playstyle sort of thing.
Yes.
Because, man, it is so much fun to just be this, like, summoner dude, but then I could just grab a funny skill, like, or funny support gem from something that has nothing to do with my setup, but it rocks when I do put it on my setup. Like, Engrave is not meant to be used on me at all. It is in none of my things, or Enfeeble, or whatever it's called. The poison skill.
Yeah, Envenom.
Envenom, thank you. And it's like, it's really funny to be able to take that, though, and then just do this, like, funny corrosion build on Armor Break that, you know, wasn't really introduced to me before. And it's like, the same goes for the different skills, where it's like, I'm using random occult skills on this dude just to see what I can do with it.
Yeah, and that's always been one of the best parts of Path of Exile, The only thing that had really been limiting it before is just the nature of how you equipped skills in Path of Exile 1 caused some friction in really taking advantage of that fully. And much of that friction they have removed in this one by equipping them a lot more sort of intelligently and versatilely, so that you're not penalized for having, like, various abilities. Because that's one of the main things that...
Oh, it's our first level
Path of
4
X-
support gem. Or no, it's level 1 support gem, what am I saying?
Yeah. One of the, like, the sort of key differences from Path of Exile 1 to this is that, like, the nature of your build usually hinges on a single ability that is, like, you spend all of your core efforts in improving, and then you just have maybe some tertiary abilities that kind of make that one a little bit better, but there's not very much incentive to have other stuff going on.
No.
And that they specifically saw as a weakness, and they were like, let's try to improve on that in this one, which I think they've done a tremendous job of, where there is no detriment to having weird offhand abilities, because they can be just as powerful as the other ones. And so it's like, it leads to that feeling that you're talking about of, you can just grab whatever weird stuff and see if it'll work.
Yeah, it's fun to play with. Like right now, I just got that second support gem. I picked up Corrosion because I want to try what that build is like on the mace instead of the
Probably do something.
Normally it's on my wand, which is the culling wand. Because so I use the culling wand because I learned that while it does the least amount of damage, it actually targets anything in its path. Any and all. Which is insanely funny to me.
Fair.
Because now I just spread armor break around this entire plague of people. And then once I'm done spreading armor break, I just place a ton of like chaotic or chaos-based poisons on them.
Ow.
I would love if you would... Okay, there we go. Your armor broken. Ooh. You got mad at me.
Man, I am
You
building
got mad
a
at me.
stun at a shocking rate.
You can break up that. I'm just gonna be building up this armor breakage.
Yeah, I stun like just an absolute beast. Boink. Oh,
Oh,
like
this
how
is...
one of your minions just decided to walk in there.
Yeah.
Oh, what's in this prison of bone? Ah, it's my death.
He'll do
idiot.
that. They'll
Yeah,
do
he'll be
that.
alright.
I love my minions for their stupidity, if I'm being honest. It's like
Wow, I
it...
can just tear directly out of there.
Oh
they
yeah, you
cooked.
you can just dodge roll straight out of the thing if you really well. But it's like, so I have that whole thing. I think my thing on when they finally add like swords like a cutlass or a rapier, I think the thing I'm gonna try to build is going to be a like gemling that can hit as many attacks per second as possible.
Ah.
I want to see how many times can I stab someone in the face with the sword.
You might benefit in that case by going monk, because the monk starting area has a lot of...
Oh, I have some too.
Skill speed.
Yeah, I've noticed
Although I guess...
attack speed as well.
I'm not entirely... Oh, I guess skill speed probably just applies to both attack speed and spell speed. I
Yeah.
guess that's probably the difference.
Because like I see projectile damage, but I also see like skill speed listed all throughout here, and like
Yeah, and there's probably plenty of attack speed.
AoE for attacks. Oh, increase attack speed while dual wielding. Dual wielding needs martial weapons in both hands.
Dual wielding also has a native attack speed increase. So if you're trying to maximize stabbing, dual wield might be a good choice.
Maybe, but I usually want to have the
Right, if you're trying to have your minions in your offhand.
Minions sitting in my back pocket here. Oh, I see. There are indeed 3 things here that, I could have grabbed. I'll grab the chainmail so I can get on that, but... If we're already here, I see army.
Oh, you know, I usually see those 2 tombs spawn very close to each other.
Oh, I have never seen that.
Really? They're usually right next to each other.
I have them on the opposite ends of the field, usually.
Well, that would be the case here.
Woo!
I expected to just walk right over there and be like, oh, there it is. This is probably it here.
Nope, it's right here.
Oh. That's just a random brazier, apparently.
No, I'm sitting at it. Kill some of the enemies around here. Ooh, it's the big dude.
The shield charge is like my favorite thing. I can't wait to get a bigger shield so that it does more damage.
It's got to be good for travel too.
It does. It's a shame that it's got a relatively long cooldown. Oh, that's the other skill gem I'll have to get on it, is the one that reduces cooldown.
Oh yeah,
so I can use it.
That worked pretty nicely.
Frequently as possible.
All right, so I found the treasure room already.
Convenient. You know, those are some shitty forgotten riches. Maybe somebody should have walked in here and unforgotten them.
Well, that's what we're doing.
I guess so. They were not very far to forget.
Treasure room's gonna be this way.
Yeah.
This is a nice little easy grab, because treasure room is always out of the way on this one. It always spawns, but it's always on the outermost rim of the actual map. So you have to get to the edge of the area, and the boss room can be literally anywhere. In comparison. It's gonna be down, pretty sure. Yeah. I have done this too many times.
Apparently.
This is my farm run. Is I'll just make a new zone and then I'll come in for this stuff. An iron crown. I guess it has armor and energy. Not identified. Mana and fire. Oh, I could use mana and fire. Shabby hood. That'd work.
Oh. Interesting. This shield charge uses mana per second. Does that mean if I don't hit anything that I can just keep running? No, I can't. It stops pretty quick. I don't know. I don't exactly know why.
So I have also learned. So this is what I do in these games. I love being a game developer. It is my #1 passion. Even if it is work, I make it work because it's my hobby. Sort of thing. But because of that, it also makes it a little painful to play through games now, because I'm I can't help but analyze them and what they're doing.
That's I can't interact with essentially anything because I'm a software quality engineer. I can't go anywhere.
But I've noticed in this game, they actually do loot rarity in a really interesting way. So, ooh, uncut skill gem level 3.
Oh, the freaking armor evasion, Targe. I just need armor.
Oh, what is Infernal Cry?
I mean, I guess this is... I have no reason not to use this.
Alright, I guess I can try the War Cry?
It's the same amount of armor as this one.
E? Okay. So the way they do loot quality actually seems to be really interesting. In that when you do... So when you put on the things that actually increase your loot quality, you are intentionally making the game harder for yourself. Because not only will they spawn more, like, chests, and the chests have a better, like, quality chance in general, but additionally, the enemy quality chance also goes up.
Yeah.
Meaning, if you have enough of them, you are, like, almost guaranteed to get yellows. Which can be really nice, because, you know, they drop good loot. But also, oh my god, is it painful sometimes to go through. And just be like, right, I have a plus, like, 20 to loot quality right now.
It was actually even more complicated in Path of Exile 1, and maybe it still is in later, and they don't introduce the stat till later, but there's also loot, a quantity of loot, not just rarity of loot, in Path of Exile 1 at least.
Oh boy.
And, like, I never concerned myself too much exactly with how they work, because, like, it was one of those, you try to go to the wiki about it, and it's like this crazy formula of how it interacts with shit, and I was like, yeah, it's fine, I get the gist. It's like, rarity good, quantity good, okay, goodbye.
Yeah.
I get it.
Ooh, yellow chest.
Dear God, trying to understand Life Leech in Path of Exile 1, though, was like...
Oh, no.
Oh boy. And it's still pretty complicated. I think they simplified it a little bit, and at least they give you way better tooltips in this game when you're on, like, the passive tree. You can, like, look at it and you can get the details of it. But trying to understand how Life Leech worked.
I am going to try to be doing my best to leading us on, like, a semi-quote-unquote route that just lets us see the most of the map without, you know, actually going through a terrible optimization route. I like doing this stuff, and I can kind of see where the boss room is, I just can't tell where it enters from yet. But it's like, boss room is... Okay, so it's not there, which means it's probably on the top,
Not
right?
even an exit here.
It's probably that room next to us.
Well, the boss room is...
Oh, no,
like
it's down
in
there.
the very bottom of the map.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's down in the bottom right.
And
I
the
didn't notice that.
must be, yeah, from the northwest of it.
Yeah, I just didn't see that missing little portion down there.
Yep. Bonk.
God. Putting the little corrosion on an enemy right in the front of all these, like, little gremlins, and then watching them all run into the thing is just so funny to me. I hate it when it does this.
Oh, that there's not actually, like, a door there?
Yeah, the map loves to do this, and it gets worse because you'll go in through some paths, and then it's just a hole.
This one in particular, these catacombs are really prone to do that weird. Oh, that was extremely satisfying. Like, every last one of those guys
I love it.
Stun icon over their head just waiting to be exploded.
So, I don't know if Contagion is broken. Let me read through Contagion as we make our way to the bottom. Modifiers. Spell damage. Apply to debuff damage over time. Okay, so it's only chaos damage over time, though. Interesting. I was confused. Ooh, armor scrap. I'll take it.
bonk.
I love this one spell. It's so funny to me. A yellow chest. Ooh, a yellow rawhide belt. Hell yeah.
Oh, nice.
What you got, buddy? Maximum mana, plus 8 to strength, 2.8 life regen per second, and 5% increased flash turn. Okay. I'm not gonna say no. Oh, I bet you.
I like how we're just like the Hammer Brothers right now. It's just like, hey yo.
It's fun. I'm like genuinely enjoying this game more and more with co-op, and then what I'm finding is that okay, hey buddy. Yeah, I know. What I'm finding is that not only is this game just kind of like better co-op,
Yeah.
but additionally, it's so much fun to like play co-op because we can even use the same weapon or completely different weapons, and it's like it's not taking either of us out of play because we're not like I might be a little bit more behind, but I always have my range skills to make me feel like I'm still part of the action.
Yeah. Oh lordy. Oh god. Not only that, but this is just really good in co-op as well, because if we are like using different stuff, so much of the different abilities and things interact with each other and can be like played off of each other that it's like
yes, okay, so
exciting to get those combos.
my friend has been playing a monk, right?
Uh-huh.
And what's really, really funny is one of her things is a little bell she summons. This little, like, totem bell.
Yep.
And
That was awesome.
if you hit the bell, it does damage to surrounding things. It turns out, not only can my minions unintentionally start targeting the bell as the thing that they are aggro to,
Oh no.
but my my culling attack that lets me drain anything in my path also works on said bell.
Yeah, and I was
So
playing with
it's just
Stella, and I was playing the archer, and she was playing the monk, and so she'd put down the bell, and I was using a lightning arrow that strikes, and then it, you know, chains lightning to nearby enemies, and it will chain to the bell, making it super effective at like
oh, that's so funny.
tossing it into groups, and it's just like this, you know, chain reaction of getting pummeled.
It's
And
so funny. There's so many good things you can do.
So many of the stuff, because like, then one of the things for the shotgun, or not the shotgun, the crossbow that functions like a shotgun, is there's a shotgun blast that specifically immediately shatters ice crystals. Like, and so if you have an elementalist or anybody laying down ice crystals, you just have a ready way to shatter ice crystals, which deals area damage when they shatter. So it's just like these various ways to interact. This is so satisfying to me.
Ooh, that's a good one. Sorry, let's put it to my skill point.
Hey, that's fine.
But yeah, it's genuinely nice to play this game just kind of casually too. Even like with you, where it's like it's a nice not only break from other stream games, but additionally, it's like it's nice to see how you play these games versus how I play these games.
Right.
Versus how our friends might play these games.
Ow.
Okay, you did that on purpose.
I got my face punched by that stupid attack so many times when I came through this the first time. I always forgot that he did that backswing. And so I'd be like, now's the time to get behind him. And then he would hit me in the face.
I will be honest, I think it was 100% my farming. But I also know that the first time I did this, dude, I had zero issue with him, and I kind of just mopped him.
also the music on this fight is so good. Could you not stand on the chilled ground constantly, my dude?
I'd rather ask that he not be, you know, this resistant to my armor breaking skills.
Yeah, sometimes they got a lot of...
Okay,
oh, you've been
there it
flattened.
is.
I can't... Okay. I was trying to revive you, but I kept standing on freaking frosted ground or whatever. I don't know.
He's apparently also being chilled slowly.
Ow.
Yeah, it's like, I think how they tell you the story and
Ow.
how they deal with revives are probably my two issues of the game. And the revive one in particular is where I'm like, yeah, let them cook for a bit longer if you're thinking about getting this game.
That's
Like,
fair.
give it like an update or two. See what they do.
Oh, yeah. Ow.
Oh no, I can't yawn. My jaw's
Oh,
not
can't block
doing
that.
the yawn hurts my ear thing.
Damn it. Damn it.
Oh.
Damn it. Wrong place, wrong time.
Oh.
Though that's an excellent example of why I like this game so much, because unlike so many of this style of game where I feel like the sort of like assumption is that you don't really play the real meat of the game until like way later on, I feel like pretty much immediately with this game you have meaningful combats that are like,
Oh yeah.
appropriate challenge and really satisfying to do.
Not even just
like
that
that.
either. It's like not many games are actually willing to give you like early game loot farms, so to speak.
Uh-huh.
But it's like, oh, that was a bad idea to stand in that, but it was funny. Oh, you really want to hit me with those, don't you? You know what I'm also noticing?
What's that?
I think his attack patterns changed. I'm not seeing any of the attack that I had to worry about when I like fought him. My entire issue with him used to be that he would do the big line attack where he would like send out a full line of the ghost spirit shit. Kind of like the other dude in the chamber.
He's doing it.
Like
One.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed that the stun buildup also works in the way that it's a lot longer when you do it, which is interesting.
What's that? It's a lot longer when I do it.
Yeah.
I have a specific ability that sort of like culling for stun. So if I trigger the heavy stun, which it's the bone shatter, if you bone shatter when they are in sort of stun cull range, it hits them with an extra long stun.
Oh.
It ramps them up to like the beefiest of stuns.
Okay, I would love if you weren't sitting in the ground that I can't stand on.
That's the ability that killed me constantly on my mercenary, because I was trying to fight at crossbow range, and every once in a while he would just suddenly throw out a giant cone of rocks at me.
I've never seen that attack before. Kill gem.
Nice.
I can take the... No, I can't. Wait, can I take the rainbow gauntlets? I can. I do have a room. There we go. Woo! Alright, what kind of skill gem? Oh. What do you got for a cult? Ooh, I could increase my agents.
Should use some of these other support gems, I feel.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm like, I keep getting I keep getting new skill gems. I do not get nearly enough support gems to help them.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I look forward to having more of. I look forward to more support gems being in place, because there are often times where I'm like, I don't really have enough types of support gems that I really want to be using. But it also takes a really long time to get to the tier 2 support gems. I wish we got to the tier 2
Yeah,
and tier
that's
3 ones a little bit faster.
I thought it was going to be an Act 2 thing. Like, I thought it was going to be a tier per act.
Well, that's the other thing that you need to remember also for the story, is that there are supposed to be 6 acts. So
I'm going to
it's kind of a tier every 2 acts, which is not too inaccurate, because once you get to Act 3, you start getting the tier 2s.
So here's the thing. I could see that being fine. My issue is we're going to be separated at the end of early access anyway. And by that point, that's when you'll have all 6 acts to actually look forward and play with. Which is where I'm like, you could at least do it for the early access where you have it per act so that people can play with it a little bit more.
Well, I mean, you will still... The last 3 acts in this have simply been replaced by going through the first 3 acts again at a higher difficulty.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so you will go through Act 1, 2, 3 in standard difficulty, then you go back through 1, 2, 3 in cruel difficulty, and then you enter the end game maps portion of the game in early access until the other acts get put in place.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about that off the description, but I guess that's I have to just go through and see.
It's essentially like an accepted non-ideal way to get you to in-game. Because what happened was they were going to put all 6 acts into early access. That was their initial plan.
Oh,
but
no.
They got to the point where they were like realizing the bulk of hours for most long-time players of Path of Exile goes into the end-game mapping experience, and they decided they would not be putting out a appropriate representation of like the actual game if they gave the campaign and then nothing to do after it, because that's so commonly the complaint about games, is like there's no end game. And so they made the choice during development to stop developing the last 3 acts and move over to giving the end game experience instead in early access. So like it is an accepted non-ideal circumstance to run you through the acts twice to get to the end game.
Okay.
So that essentially, as far as like levels of when you're expected to enter the end game, is correct, essentially. Like they don't have to renegotiate the balance or anything, because they've just replaced those last 3 acts with some like quote unquote placeholder acts, if you will.
I wonder, can I use the later skill gems this early?
And of note, actually, in long time ago, original Path of Exile, before all of the acts that now exist in that, so there are 10 acts in Path of Exile 1. Originally, I think early access might have only had 3 there too, but originally it was 4 acts to complete the game. And in original Path of Exile, you actually went through all 4 of those acts 3 times, because you went through on normal difficulty, cruel difficulty, and merciless difficulty, and then you entered the end game. So you went through those 4 acts a lot if you were making multiple characters.
I see.
So that's a sort of strategy to get you to the end game that they have used in the past. And here, like, they have improved beyond that, because now in Path of Exile 1, there's just 1 through 10. You just go through the 10 acts, and then you're in the end game. It's a much more smooth experience. And in this one, you're using that strategy as a stopgap until they finish those last 3 acts.
Okay.
That's that real early access experience there. You know.
I found a mace that was being sold, so I grabbed it because I was curious. It's a one-handed mace, but it's one of the ones that takes 25 strength. So it's like the funny looking mace. It not only does 48% increased physical damage, so it's 18 to 28. It also has +1 to all to level of all melee skills.
Yeah, those +1 to all melee skills is pretty freaking sick.
And it has a 13% quality increase.
Oh, 13 is pretty good.
It's pretty damn good for a random buy.
Oh, they do
I'm keeping
have
this.
a big chonky tower shield here.
Oh, this is the big one that I'm curious about. So, okay, so the skins can go on multiple characters. Gotcha.
Well, a lot of, depending on which one it is, mainly the armor skins and stuff usually tell you like a warning that it's being used on another one, and you can just swipe it off of them essentially. And when you go back to the other character, you'll have to swipe it back, which is a little bit annoying. I don't really know why they don't just let you have it on multiple characters if you can just take it back and forth, but I don't know. That's the way they do it.
Yeah, it was more so thinking about my Corsair body armor set for whenever it gets added.
Mm-hmm.
The only one
But
is that
yeah,
I need to find a new hat look, because right now it's like the skeleton dude with the tricorn, and it's nice, but I want my hat, man.
Sure. Let me see. Can I make this shield better?
Like, I can technically any
Augment.
better if I really
Boink.
wanted to, but I don't know that I want
Eh.
to. Do you get all of the quality of an item back if you dismantle it?
I believe you just get like a scrap or whetstone out of it.
Because I know you have to get more than one.
You can, I think, get more than one. I'm not sure how that, formula might work, but
I'm wondering if I should increase. One thing. This is level 10. It could last me all the way up until like level 25, not 30.
I need a belt. I don't have a belt yet. Oh, here's a belt. That'll work.
You need
Toss that
another
bad boy
ring,
on.
but how much is your ring? They're gonna be expensive, aren't they? You don't even have one. Hey Finn,
They do tend to be expensive, though.
how much do you cost to gamble for a ring, Finn? Oh, I have that money. That's $2,600 for a random ring.
Pricey.
Indeed.
I kind of like the idea of this. 10% increased armor, 3 life regeneration per second. That's
I
pretty
could
good
gamble
for
on another
necklace.
scepter. Do I want to get? Oh.
Okie dokie.
So, you talked to me a little bit about this before because it's on my Witch, but I am curious and would like to actively talk about this thing more.
Uh-huh.
How do oranges typically work?
You mean like uniques?
Yeah, in terms of like their levels and what goes on them and whatnot.
I'm not entirely sure. So they usually do have like specific levels. You usually find them like 4 levels, but I've definitely seen there are some that seem to just be affixes for like different leveled stuff. Because I think I saw a screenshot of somebody who had like a higher level bow that had like a unique sort of affix to it that I'd seen on a lower level weapon.
Okay.
And so I don't know if like you can just find higher level variants of the same thing or not.
Hmm. I have no idea where I'm looking for this chaos damage. CHAOS.
I
Don't
should
need.
probably get some kind of plan for what the hell I'm doing down here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Was I saw you going through your stash, and I was like, all right, I finished. So what I'm gonna do is plan out a little bit of the tree elite.
Yeah.
Plan out like an end goal roughly. There's some good chaos. That one's also skill effect duration, which is nice because it's all skills.
Mm-hmm.
So I could use that.
There's a bunch of block chance. I don't know if I want to go that crazy with block.
Oh, you know what I just thought about for my witch would be really funny?
What's that?
There's a passive called Whispers of Doom, where you can apply an additional curse,
Ah, yes.
but it doubles the
Curse.
it doubles the activation delay.
Yeah, those damn delays. You know, those delays didn't exist in Path of Exile 1. They make my life much harder in this one.
I think it's fine. I can see it.
I do think it's fine. It's just like, damn you. Not used to this shit.
The big one I want to try to find. Oh, minions gain. Okay, so wait, yeah. What I'm trying to look for is if there's a way to convert some of my attack into inherent chaos. That might come in a support gem, though. What are these? Ooh. There's an entire ring of increased chaos damage followed by +1 to level of all chaos skills. That's good, but I'm going the exact wrong way for that. I guess I don't really want that as much as I want, like, weapon damage up in the late game of this. I'm looking to use my sword as much as possible. Oh, a lot of weapons here.
Yeah, there we go. Attack skills deal 10% increased damage while holding a shield. That's the stuff I want. I want to mosey over to that sort of thing.
20% increase with one-handed weapon. Attacks have 10% chance to maim on hit. Oh, I see. What about...
Bleeding. Increased damage with hits.
Oh, that's... I thought I spelled attack speed. I replaced the A in attack with an S.
Stack speed. Well, I mean, you gotta be able to stack stuff fast.
The static... like, static speed. Oh, there is an entire little tree of attack speed I can go for right at the beginning here, actually.
So damage prevented recouped his life.
Oh, there is a ton of attack speed stuff I can do off the bat.
Oh, weird. 100% of strength requirements from boots, gloves, and helmets also added to armor. What a weird passive node.
Okay, so I can see the reason behind it because I had to dive into the formulas for this game already and be intrigued. And they do somewhat use the requirements of an item in order to help determine the bonuses of that item.
Sure.
So if I had to guess, the reason you would take that is because it would increase the inherent bonuses it gets at a base level.
Well, it's just an interesting way to go about doing that. That, like,
yeah,
the armor goes up by the requirement. It's like, okay, that's sure. That's just, I've never seen them do that before.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure. I cannot say I would have thought of it, but like,
yeah, that's
I can
definitely
understand
not something
it.
that was on the in the Path of Exile 1. They were definitely not tossing out, oh yeah, we'll just add your requirement to the stat. It's like, Okay.
I love that
Weirdos.
you can take this perk right now. Why?
Which perk's that?
A 3% increased attack speed with swords.
Oh yeah, like all the weapon stuff is definitely still on there, despite those
There.
weapons not existing. There's swords, there's spears, there's freaking
It's weird to
there's
me that
dagger
it doesn't
stuff.
exist, but it's in the game. What I mean.
Yep.
Like,
There's like
I feel like
there's
even
whole
if it's
dagger
broken,
stuff.
I would have fun playing with the broken. And I can't
There's
name a
whole-
ton of people who wouldn't.
And there's a whole trap related nodes over here, and the traps aren't in the game yet.
Or are they not? I just assumed they were on a different.
They are not. Well, they would be on the like shadow, but we have the monk and not the
Oh.
shadow yet. They and well, now I'm not exactly sure how the traps are going to work because they've got to be tied to a specific weapon. So I don't know if they're going to be like dagger related or what.
I see you moved on to the hunting grounds. I was still looking at my tree.
I have. I've wandered off. I just got here, so.
Oh, okay, good. I'm not. Already in
Damn it.
one of the trees, of course. I hate these guys. I hate their 100% chance to poison bullshit. It drives me up a wall.
Bonk. Bonk.
I think if I wanted to see anything else come from like a passive node or I guess the support gem would probably be a little bit better suited to it, but I would love a really funny like late game ability of the contagion just spreads all debuffs instead of the chaos based ones.
That's fair.
I can imagine
That-
it'd be broken, but it'd be really funny.
I mean, it could come from an ascendancy thing related to the witch, because there's still an unknown ascendancy path.
Yeah, that's
Eventually,
true.
everybody gets 3.
Oh, that's the. There's nothing in there. He'll be in there in a minute though, because I found him.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He's right beside it.
That's this guy. Ah, I've been locked out. I'm back.
Oh, okay.
More seeing things.
Hey, bro.
I would love it if you wouldn't target me and would go for, like, literally anyone else.
Where you going, bro? Where you going,
He's
bro?
already gonna leave. Gotcha.
Come back here. Come back here.
Oh, well. Oh.
Now it's your turn.
Also, I just have to say, it's not relevant in any way, shape, or form, but I keep wanting to call this guy the cowbell.
I mean, yeah.
I just keep reading the cowbell.
I have a mini cowbell
On this guy?
as a pet.
Oh, I
I'll
see.
pull him out after we kill him. I like that I can chase people down with this.
Yeah, you can.
Get back here!
I just apply. Oh, okay, thanks, game. I just applied debuffs to them and then.
And then you don't have to keep up.
Yeah, exactly.
Ow. Get stunned.
Oh, with the low armor. This is great. This is a fun, like, cooperative build already. I cannot wait to be able to wither people like, ooh, 2 yellows.
Still, I never did like
A book. Ooh, the book.
Yay, specialization. I love getting those books of specialization for the freaking free passive points.
I need you to teach me how these work.
Okay, yeah. They are complicated. Okay.
I never learned how to do this.
So right now is the perfect time. So this is kind of the intended way to use these because they give you the passive points and then you like also have the weapon sets there now. So if you're in your passive tree and you like click the arrow next to weapon set 1, right?
Yeah.
And so while that's clicked, now you would be selecting skills for weapon set 1.
Yes, and I could do the same thing with 2,
right,
but
so you can do that, and then you can switch to the other one, and then you can select, like, 2 different ones.
Yeah, but they have to be a different one.
They do. Well, yeah, they do.
They do. This is the one that keeps throwing me off.
Yes, they do have to be actually different. But you can also not select a weapon set at all and just use those 2 passive points normally, obviously, if you want them at all times. And so, of course, the difference
you
between
can?
those... Yes, you can. You don't have to set those as a weapon set. You can save them for later, and then you'll still have those 2 weapon set points available that if you get to a point where you're like, okay, now's the time that I have somewhere I specifically want to start setting stuff for this weapon set, you can do that.
Interesting.
Which a lot of times it kind of makes sense to wait until you get to like a nice node of like, you know, one-handed attack damage or two-handed attack damage. Because
like right now I just put it on
an obvious reason to split.
Right now I just put it on the attack speed because I'm like, I'm going to be mostly attack on this one. And then I was planning on putting the culling wand on the second hand still. Yeah. Because it's so funny to me to just kill something right as...
Yeah, and so that is the way those then work, because as long as you're using weapon set 1, you get the benefits of the 1, and then when you switch to weapon set 2, you get the benefits of weapon set 2.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that's the way that works. You don't have to set them, but if you choose to, you select the 1, and it's really confusing UI, and saying that, I don't know if I have a way that would make it less confusing when they're wanting these points to be able to be used independently as weapon set 1 or 2 or neither, you know, like...
It's the neither one that really gets me, because I think that's what happened was I applied the skill set to neither on my first, like, run-through, but I didn't know that I did that, because it'll still show you in the top right that you have those perks, like...
Correct. I went for a long time assuming that they were a entirely separate pool of points, so that, like, I could set the normal skill points, and then also weapon set skill points, until I realized that it's actually the case that, like, the weapon sets require normal passive points to use. They just assign them in a unique way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, one of the more confusing things that got added, but an absolutely phenomenal change, because in Path of Exile 1, there was never a reason to use a weapon set 2. Not a single time was it relevant. Get bonked.
Break your armor.
I always forget to use the Earthquake. I need to be more cognizant. Holy crap!
Ooh.
Why was that guy such a pinata?
I'm telling you, man, this is what happens when you decide to just let it be, you just gotta go for that quality of loot increase, and it's like, it's terrifying because there's yellows now, but also, oh my god, do yellows, like, act much more like pinatas.
Yes, they definitely do.
It's so much more fun. I will always be an advocate for loot quality being the best early game thing to put on ever. It makes the game so much more satisfying. You get so many better results, you get to see so many different, like, new items as a result, and it just...
Greater life flask.
Exalted Orb!
Nice.
Hell yeah! I'm keeping that one on the side. Till I get a good mace. So I think the reason I will probably actually end up liking the Gemling dude even more than the Witch is not only the fact that like his whole thing is just about augmenting what you already have to be better.
Yeah.
Which is like
super versatile. He's
one
like,
of my
you do whatever you want and I'll make it
yeah.
happen. Like,
it's good and I like that. But I
yeah,
think
it's a pretty cool.
The additional with me is that I love weapon builds in games.
Bonk.
Oh my god, that's another yellow.
Gotta stay quick on my feet.
A hat.
Oh wait, I can't take that rattling scepter. Why not?
I don't know. Why can't you?
Oh, why can't I?
Is it assigned to me? Here you go.
No. I just didn't have the space for it.
Oh.
I have the space for it now.
Full backpack.
Oh yeah. You will constantly find me with a full backpack. It happens all the time.
I don't carry much stuff. I'm very picky about the stuff I pick up.
So, I am too, but that's why I have the loot filter on.
Sure.
So all of my stuff right now is just either yellow... I guess there's that and that I don't know where I picked them up, but... I will fix that now. But all of my stuff is either yellow or actually has a socket to it already. And I will constantly be in favor of picking those up because I can just turn them into stuff for later on. Need to see if they're... Ooh. Oh, that's when they cull an enemy, though. I don't really have anything that culls right now.
What's that? Oh, is that like a specific support gem or something?
Yeah, do you have Ruthless put on your thing?
No.
Ruthless is a gem you might want to look into.
So that's just the boosted damage, right?
Its supported attacks cause repeated to be more effective at stunning enemies. Every 5th use of a supported attack causes 500% more stun buildup.
Oh, I have overpower on my shield charge at least, which is the 50% more stun buildup just every time.
Oh, nice. Okay. Trying to see if there's anything good I can put, like, on my mace or something to have...
Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking at. I was like, let me see
bleed
here.
be damage over
I could-
time.
I could add some of this. And then some of this.
There's always life tap. It's pretty funny.
Why can't I apply that? What's going on here? Oh, because I need more strength. Well, fine then. Well, fine.
What do I want to put on some of these things, though? Supported melee attacks you use yourself. Supports melee attacks you. Supported skills cannot be used until combo has been built up but deal massively more damage. Support skill lose combo. If you generate no combo for 8 seconds, they deal 40% more damage and they require 5 combo to use. That might be funny for the armor break. If I can put it on that? I guess I can always just try it, see what happens. It's called combo finisher.
Oh, damn. 25% of armor also applies to fire damage taken from hits. That's pretty... I like taking less fire damage.
I can indeed use it. That's awesome. my armor break ability is now going to be even stronger, but I have to use my actual melee to build it up.
Ah.
Which is perfect, because this is 100% what I want it to be doing anyway.
Oh wait, come back. I wanted to stun you.
Let me just start spreading some ickies.
Oh, I missed. Goodbye.
New passive point. Oh, I know what I'm putting it into. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see? Question mark? I see what happened. Oh my god, hi guys.
Where have you ended up?
I don't know where I am right now.
You're just kind of wandering in a direction for a little bit there.
Oh, I see. I was still moving while I was in my passive tree. That's fun.
Oh, yeah, that seems like it. That's actually funny that that's an option.
I guess it's a
Possibly
way.
unintentional.
I was gonna say I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it's a nice way of
You're
auto
just
walking.
walking and you open the passive tree. Yeah, you definitely just keep walking.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I didn't
Off
know.
you go.
I didn't know this. I just opened the passive tree because I got a point, and I was like, "Oh, hey, I can put that point into the attack speed." Oh, that's gonna spread so much of this. Oh, it's so nice.
It's everywhere. Bonk. Bonk. Oh, I bonked you.
Oh, whoops.
Bonk. Boy, that guy just got cooked. Bonk. Alright, suddenly I'm using a lot more of my mana.
Great, I'm using none of mine. Oh, it's just the middle we haven't been to here, actually.
Yeah, I think the entrance to Greythorn can just be...
Oh, there's the ritual.
There is the ritual.
Hell yeah.
Oh, the rituals are another good example. So the rituals in Path of Exile 1 were introduced in a league. So, like, you'd be going through the normal campaign, and suddenly it's like, oh, here's a thing that you can interact with for a way to get loot.
Interesting.
So that's usually how the leagues kind of play out. I don't know if things will be any...
Oh my god.
Whoa. Well, that was weird.
Have you seen that glitch before?
Not to that severity.
Okay, because I see it all the time, and it never stops making me laugh.
It's pretty funny. If only we could use it reliably to, like, get out of trouble.
I've seen it happen so many times to me where an enemy will just start barrel rolling me into, like, next week, and he just won't stop for some reason. I'm like, my guy, where are we going? What are you taking me on?
Yeah, I
It's
do
so
find
good.
the wolves and the Act 1 boss have a tendency to do that to me.
Oh my god,
Get me
I am
shoved.
so mad that they built that boss right. They built him right, and it's a nightmare because of this. So, he has a little hidden mechanic that, unless you're playing with the playstyle I play, you will not notice it. The mechanic is that, you know how he calls his little wolves in to help him out at
Right.
one point? The more minions you have, the more wolves he summons.
Oh.
That
They have talked
entire
about
thing is so much of a nightmare that the only way I was actually actively beating the wolves was I would have to get one really low and then immediately curse it and then let the curse spread to everyone in order to kill them.
Yeah, they did talk about how they have had to do so many rounds of like significant rework and like sort of investigation into the boss fights to accommodate all of the potential like play styles, because it's like minions. Okay, now I gotta figure out how to make sure that the minion builds are having a challenge, and ranged characters, and
Oh my god, did they make
melee,
sure minion builds were
like,
having a fucking challenge? The thing kind of pissed me off at one point.
where the hell is this Greythorn?
Oh, I see the farmlands.
Yeah, we need to get to the other place first.
Oh, is it gonna be down here? I think it is. Yep. There's a little like crevice here that looks like it's gonna build into it.
Tiniest crevice.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be the detail of the valley. Like, oh, it's a hidden valley.
It's not there.
Is it not down? No, it's not down there. Up here?
It might be this.
Yeah, it's okay. It's gonna be that.
It's this.
Yeah.
No, the Freythorn, not the Greythorn. I said the Greythorn. The other one.
That's a character from Game of Thrones.
I wouldn't know. I have neither read nor watched Game of Thrones.
I watched it because I'm really into political dramas.
Yeah, I watched like part of an episode and I was like, it's not for me.
It's definitely one of those shows. It's not for everyone. The people who like it will love it though.
Yeah.
And it's because it does what it does really well in that, like, until Game of Thrones, we didn't really have many political dramas going on for shows.
Yeah, and that has always been the thing that I like the least in like fantasy novels and stuff, is when they get to the heavy like political stuff. Because
I love it. I live for drama. So like
it
political.
always feels too pulled away to me, because it's just like either they're looking at things at too large a scale for me to feel like emotionally invested, or they're sort of working with so many characters at a time because it's like the whole court, right? Like,
yeah. So the thing that I loved about Game of Thrones was actually the way they approached action in a fantasy setting from a political standpoint, where it's like, what they would do is they would have an entire season of political drama for you, and you could watch and get invested in it, and it would be good. And then right before the end of the season, like an episode before usually, was the major event episode. Like, some shit is about to go down. You better be ready to worry that someone is going to die.
Oh no. This is so many guys that have aggro.
Oh, then we start at the ritual now, then. More enemies you kill during the ritual, the better. At least that's the only correlation I actually found to doing the rituals and the score you get at the end.
Yeah, so
A little money or whatever.
Part of the way, it's a little hard to track, because in Path of Exile 1, there were sort of different types of rituals. And in a lot of the ways that it worked is, I think it resurrects...
Oh, that's why you attracted so many people.
Yeah, there were guys over here. So, I think there's like a baseline group of enemies that show up for any given ritual, but a big part is the goal is to kill enemies in the ritual area prior to triggering the ritual, because triggering the ritual resurrects all of the enemies that were killed in the area for you to kill again.
Oh.
And so, like, one of the common tropes you'd see in Path of Exile 1 is they would end up, if you were in a map, which is the sort of in-game repeatable content, if you were in a map that ended up having rituals, you'd find one in the boss room, because you fight the boss, you kill the boss, you run the ritual, and you've got the boss back again for the ritual fight.
Oh, okay. I will say I love what I can do to this one boss on my witch build. It's so funny to me because if I can resurrect everyone right at the start of the fight, with the raised dead skill, it just becomes insanely funny because he'll die in a matter of like seconds, and then I'll have to go through his whole phase. And at that point, it's really funny to me that I have to question whether or not they will stay alive for the second half of the fight. And so I was building in skill duration to be like, who's gonna live? Who's gonna die? Which of my teammates will come through to Act 2 with me? And then I finally got to a point where they were all surviving on it, and it's great now as a result. Oh my god, I keep getting slowed in these goddamn areas by these like entangled webs of pain.
Yeah. Oh, and a lot the freaking chaos damage on the floor is potentially catastrophic.
Yeah, that's why I like to respread it back with a little bit of my own chaos damage. Oh yeah, this fight's not going to be great on these characters, is it?
I'm sure we'll find a way.
No, I just meant I remember this one actually being like a challenge for the first like 3 attempts, and then...
Yeah. Ooh, nice iron ring.
Ooh, nice.
Bonk.
Those are the ones that I like using on everything, because I just like... I know I get the aggro all the time as a result, but I like being the tank in games.
It's fair.
I end up okay with it in the end.
Bonk.
As long as I can tank things properly, I should say.
I just like hitting people with shields right now. This is my favorite thing.
I like doing the funny dance around them, where it's like who will hit who next. But then the both of us have to spend like 40 minutes either dodging attacks or channeling attacks for me to just be like, alright, I gotta hit the boss at some point, man.
Checkpoint.
This is the bus room.
I think we are then missing one of the... Yeah.
Yeah, because it's black. It'll tell us where it is, though.
Oh, will it?
Yes, if you go up to it, you can see a little shadow thingy that it calls out to. If you go up, you can see it's calling out to the left over here.
Oh, so it is. I didn't notice
So,
that before.
It means that we just have to go around towards the left side of the map, and we'll eventually find it. To which... That's probably going to be right below, actually.
Yeah.
If we're lucky, because that's where a good chunk of the map is missing anyway. Yeah, this is the only other zone I actually spent any significant amount of time farming, but...
Yeah.
I have now spent a significant amount of time farming, and that's why I'm convinced that the rituals work a little different in this game, but I can't quite tell. Because you can activate the ritual the moment all the main ones are dead, like right now. But if you pull in side adds to it and then get them involved, they do seem to count towards the overall kill count of the thing.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was true for the first one or not. Like, I don't know, but it's certainly about killing dudes in the ritual area.
Oh, yeah. Because especially since you're kind of locked into it in this one now, too.
Yeah. Oh no! Ooh, that was a bit of a magic pixel moment.
I saw the health bar dip for a second.
Oh
there.
yeah, it was not good.
And there we go. That should be all the ritual sites, because there's only 3.
Yep.
Ooh, baskets. You got the baskets. I think good.
Ooh, baskets. We're not crate and barrel. Let's get out of here.
Well, I learned that the currency items actually still drop from baskets, and the loot quality chance still improves your chance to find them in baskets.
It does.
And so, like, even if it's a white basket, I'm just like, you have a chance to drop me like
I'm
orb,
terrible at
though.
opening shit like that because I just can't be bothered.
There's some more.
This is why
Oh, I thought it was
I
down
play
here
with,
somewhere, but it wasn't.
play with my sister Kappa because she's a loot goblin as well, so she just opens everything, and I'm like, oh good, now I don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, it's like I'm bad at not opening the whites still on this because I look at quality over quantity on what I pick up. But like I've learned that quality can come from non-quality in this game, so
Yeah. It's undeniable that just opening all of the random shit will definitely over time net you a lot more stuff.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I just can't be bothered to open all of these stupid fiddly containers.
this doesn't feel nearly as good when I can't just call them all.
I know. Well, and on that subject, I have just gotten a sort of, especially the way I've been playing my Stormweaver, like ridiculously high risk, high reward cull, which is lightning warp.
Oh?
Where anything in cull range, you teleport inside of the enemy and blow them up.
Oh.
Wild way to describe that. So they get culled, and then it's a big AoE lightning circle around it, which is kind of great, because if you've been doing area damage, you get like one in cull range, and then you teleport in, which it hits nearby enemies, which usually means one of them becomes cullable, and you just like zip around all of the enemies, just like pop, 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 which is very satisfying until I get hit while I'm in there, because I ran out of cullable guys and I can't get out. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
so
no!
that's one of the things I absolutely, like, positively love about the Culling Wand, is the fact that it is a wand that its whole attack is to do a culling attack, so it doesn't do nearly as much damage. But it does the even funnier of hitting literally anything in its path, it doesn't matter what it is. And so I will... Oh, crap. I didn't notice the totem. Oh, my minion did, apparently. Oh, this is purple, that was move. But yeah, so, like, I will sit in a group that is, like, hundreds of random tiny little enemies big, and then I'll put the 2 Chaos debuffs on one thing, pull the trigger once, and I'll just watch as everything in the area just slowly dies more and more and more. Oh, that was a bad attack that I sat in. Oh, yeah, you're in the sit-still zone. Fun note, if you're using melee, attacking does not count as moving.
Well, the nice thing is that I can also just stand there with a shield, which...
That's true.
I can actually raise a shield, which is a remarkably new experience when I can block shit. Like, on purpose.
I'm dead off this one.
Oh, you've been flattened.
I'm still alive somehow.
Oh, damn, I did not think you were. Bonk.
This is my Dark Souls experience coming into play. Living up just enough health for me to regen. Okay, don't call the big purple orb to me. Also, don't call the thing to me either. Ow! Broken!
Oh. Yep, have a seat.
Have some nice broken up, buddy. Okay, my life regen is actually doing kind of good, where I can just sit back for a second and... by the time my energy shield is recharged, I've actually recharged like just enough health to do stuff.
Yeah. I probably should invest more in my life regen. I just haven't yet.
I haven't done it at all on my other character. I am a very glass cannon sort of person.
Oh yeah, my Stormweaver is definitely that way. Not entirely intentionally, because I've actually invested a lot into mana regen, because I'm trying to use that as my main like survival tool, but it's freaking slow going on that front.
Oh, fun note of this dude, by the way. The moving or sitting still mechanics are based on what you did the most prior to that happening.
Oh, interesting.
So if you use the attack to move around primarily, you actually won't get called out.
Got him.
If you use the actual like movement stuff
Yay,
to do it
spirit.
primarily, then it will call you out and be like, ah, sit still, you.
Yay, spirit gem.
Ooh,
Okay,
level 4. There's a shield in here for me. And it has a slot on it. Like a socket.
Yeah. It's not better for me, because it's both armor evasion. Is there anything in there?
Oh wait, do we see the same thing?
We do. So a lot of these sorts of mechanics are sort of owned by the instance owner. So I'm probably the only one that can interact with this.
I can
think I'm
see
the
it. I can
instance
buy
owner.
stuff.
You can see it. Yeah. Is there anything in there that is useful to you currently? It doesn't look like it.
It's
None of
like
stuff
the
is
shield
particularly good.
I can always use for the socket slot.
Well, yeah, me too.
That's true.
Like it seems like the only thing that's actually valuable is pulling
I-
the socket off that.
Can I attempt to buy it and then give it to you to see if it'll actually let me?
Yeah, you can try. I think it's gonna say no.
Ah, yeah, there we go. Okay, only the instance owner can purchase favors. Gotcha. Go for it. Buy the thing.
Yeah, I got it. And then I've got enough points.
Spirit
for, like...
gem. Oh, wait a second. You can do this? Oh,
that?
guess what I can get? I can get my witches stuff
Yes,
right now if I really wanted to.
What do I want? So
You know what that means, Poe? Everyone is
Oh.
now going to take more chaos damage because they're with me.
Oh wait.
Oh, I can't up my minions by 1 until I get a new one.
Oh.
I'm having fun.
And great. Oh, cool. We're definitely getting this. Cool.
Okay, so you can get a skill gem for a weapon, but you can't use it unless you're using that weapon?
Correct.
Okay. Other than, of course, the occult.
Yeah, those that are not tied to. So that would be the spell-based one. Occult, elemental, and primal.
Yeah. Ooh, I just got enough to have my skeleton warrior be level 4, which means I can have 4 of them out while still keeping my withering presence active.
Nice. I'm just happy they had a specific shield-related spirit gem. So now I infuse my shield with magma.
Ooh.
And if I block while it's infused, I like fire magma back at them.
So... Aw. Oh, but it has to be on hit. I see, and Contagion doesn't hit anything. Gotcha.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
I was just looking at it all, trying to figure out how this whole thing
So is
worked.
the
Where did
hunting
you head
ground
to?
Still, I went. I was kind of hoping if I got back to the hunting ground, I used the fast travel to go back to the edge, that it would still be in the state that it was. It was not. It's reset.
I see.
We had seen where the Ogam farmlands were last time, but now it's gone.
Oh, I'm gonna love the fact
Somebody
that
hit my shield. I see this thing work.
I'm gonna love this. Look at the withering presence already. I'm like a kid in a kid who starts this shit. The builds that fit my playstyle are always so much fun to me. And I didn't learn how Withering Presence worked until, like, recently. So I was running off of Grim Feast before, which isn't bad. Right. It's a good one. I like Grim Feast.
It is. It's a decent defensive option as a...
But, like... But the Withering Presence is so much funnier. Oh, hey. Oh, you know what? This is...
Yeah, why not?
This is more loot. The fact that I can do this and just be like, ah, yeah, you're gonna take more damage now because you're scared of me is really funny.
Screw your trail of ice. Get out of here.
You stop entangling me?
Yeah, it's both entangling and ice. It's very annoying.
I also can't seem to kill this minion? Okay, there we go.
Well, that's because he's got a periodic invulnerability aura.
Oh.
Every once in a while, they just get to be invulnerable.
Bryn, tell me. Oh, wait, was that Bryn tell me yours? I can't tell. I was not paying attention.
It wasn't better, so I don't really care.
Oh, I always care about yellows. I will disenchant every single one of them.
I'm lazy. Hello, I missed. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. This essentially gives me a parry mechanic. It's not that it stays infused, but it's like...
Ooh, cut skill jump.
Oh.
Oh, this is fun. So, they're going to be painful right now because there's a yellow in there. And I'm not great at getting close to that yellow at the minute. Woo!
Exalted orb. Nice.
Exalted orb! That's 3 of them I have now. What is the percentage on this better loot thing? It's 8? Just 8%? That's it?
Enough.
Apparently.
Let's see here.
Oh, is there an orb of augmentation for you?
Neat. I really did not expect that Spirit Gem to straight up give me a parry mechanic. Well,
I didn't know that that would be the thing to give you a parry mechanic, because I knew there was... Like, I saw something about parrying enemies.
Yeah.
Ooh, support gem!
That's the thing. Oh!
And 2 passive points available. Oh my god. And now if I go to my weapon, slot 1.
Oh, it also gives me endurance charging.
You have increased attack speed now if you're close to me. Which works, because we're both melee.
That's true.
Ah, there it is. We're seeing the other yellow. Alright, yellows are loving us this round, apparently.
They are all over the damn place.
I am loving this idea for a proper Lich build, though, where I just... Ooh, long quarter step. Oh, what do you mean I can't pick it? No, I'm picking this up. I'm finding a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I mean, as soon as we find the Agam farmlands, I feel like we can go back to town.
It's like, how big is... Okay, so wait, I have a white flask. It's up.
Come back here.
Let me...
Come here.
Oh, here we go. If I do this and modify that, then I can put that there, and then that allows me to put the quarterstaff in the far right. There we go.
Oh, here's the Agam farmlands.
Oh, awesome.
Literally 3 steps away. I found it.
Now we can go back to town.
Yeah, the waypoint should be right on the inside here.
Usually is. Yeah, it's here. That, and apparently there's a checkpoint right there too, which doesn't bode well for whatever that one is.
Well, they've added more checkpoints so that there's always a checkpoint right by the entrances and exits of a zone. So you can easily fast travel to them. So if you find the exit and you need to explore somewhere else, you can always get back there immediately, which is nice. Hey, Finn. Well, thanks for the charm, I guess.
Oh, I know the response he's expecting. My friend sent me a photo of someone pouring out some milk. Which doesn't sound that bad until I tell you the fact that it was a bagged milk, and he's sending it to me as a middle finger to the fact that I am Canadian.
Of course, of course, of course. You know I have to say that you shouldn't cry over spilt milk.
But it's not spilled, it is actively going into a cup.
Oh, well, alright then. Spilled into a cup, you mean?
Is it? Is it spilled into a cup? Or is it poured into a cup?
You could argue that it's spilled.
What is the definition of spilled?
I mean, it's spilt from one container, is it not?
I don't know, because I don't know what the definition of spilled is what I'm saying. Also, I have a yellow shield here. It has armor and energy shield.
Nah,
I'm
drastically benefited to specifically have armor, and only armor, because like the damage for my shield-based stuff is based on the amount of armor on the shield.
Okay, these boots are nice.
Oh, speaking of which, here's a bigger, beefier tower shield.
Armor and evasion rating on a yellow helmet I'll take.
Thanks, bro.
Requires 24 dex, but it has 106 evasion rating. That thing's getting dismantled.
Let's see, so how much does this affect? So what's the shield charge damage? Like 22, and if I switch to this, it goes up to 34. That's pretty good.
Oh, I do have a question for you. Oh, something that I composed to like both you and your chat. But what should I name my new Tamagotchi? Doesn't have a name yet.
What is a good name for a Tamagotchi?
Oh, he's just a little goober is the problem.
A little goober? I mean, a goober's a good name.
Goober's not a bad name.
I did, long ago, I did have Tamagotchis back in the old days.
There is a single Tamagotchi that I want with all my heart, but like it's so unreasonable for me to buy.
Is it?
There is a limited edition. They did Pokemon Tamagotchis.
Ah.
And one of them is an Eevee. And I
mean,
want
that
it
does feel like just
so
the most
bad.
obvious collaboration
I
ever
know.
imaginable, and I don't know why they have not just continued to produce Pokemon Tamagotchi style little doodads. Like
I would love it so
because
much.
they just hate money apparently.
Give me Pokemon style Tamagotchi. You can make all 151. Someone will get one.
That's kind of what amazes me about, I guess, capitalism in general, because it seems like they will just torment you endlessly in order to make as much money as possible. And then there's an obvious thing that would make money, and then they're just like, nah. Like,
what do you
just
mean
remaking Final Fantasy VII. Like, they made the legitimate remakes, which are well and good, but just like remaking Final Fantasy VII, you would literally just sell all of them. You just sell all of the games. And for some reason, they just like, nah. We don't like that money. And Pokemon Tamagotchis feels the same.
I'm confused as to what's happening.
In what context?
I can't support any of my skills? Question mark?
If you hit G, what's your support gem capacities at? Are you out of capacity for the type of support you're trying to apply?
I don't know. Oh, wait, what? Item cannot be used. Intelligence required is 25. My current is 22.
There could also be that.
Something dropped my intelligence, but no. So I was going through, and it might be that I've run out of, like, slots on it. Ooh, a leather vest with a slot. But I was going through trying to do the support skill thing. Oh, that was pretty funny, because you killed the dude right as I cursed him.
Sure did. It's just like...
I love this.
Spread out in a wave in front of me.
I love this skill, man. I love it so much. I am a plague, and I will accept nothing less going forward. But, like, I did the thing where I went to go cut a support gem for a skill.
Uh-huh.
And when I went to go cut the support gem, it was like, the gem cannot support this skill.
What?
But it was actively on the skill that I was trying to cut, meaning it, like,
Right.
came from that skill. I think what it's trying to say is, hey, you're out of intelligence points, idiot. You can't actively use the skill right now.
Yeah. Bonk.
So you can't support anything for it. Which is like... It's annoying. I might have to go and respec a little bit into intelligence instead of strength to get... like, one of my numbers changed a little, because I have 56 strength.
Well, I mean, you can also just wait until the next level, and...
I am so far from that. I am 3 bars in.
I know. I'm also quite early into the level. I think I'm like a bar ahead of you. But I mean, we're still killing shit.
Yeah. There is also... Oh, wait. That loot, isn't that also a book? Don't we get a book for this?
Is it
Or is that
specialization book, or is it something else? I mean, it
Ah.
might be.
I can't remember, which is why I was asking. Touch that.
It's definitely some meaningful permanent increase, because that's the way
Yeah.
it's marked on the map. I'm just not sure which one it is.
Oh, I have a skeleton, apparently. Okay, buddy. Ooh, a short bow.
Your skeleton was just standing there taking point-blank crossbow shots to the face over and over and over again. It's like, thanks for holding the back line.
He'll
You
do
did
that.
great.
Alright, the loot. I'm gonna portal to town real quick and see what this does.
Sure.
Because if it doesn't...
What we can get out of that.
If it doesn't give me the skills, then I can always just talk to him real quick. I need to change one skill to be Dex instead of Strength.
Right.
So... Or Int instead of Strength, sorry.
It is a book of specialization.
Aha! I
Problem solved.
called it. Okay, so I can allocate this to Intelligence instead and Confirm.
Okay, I'm
And
just gonna grab a little bit of that.
I'm actually going up this tree towards another set of increased attack speed. So I could do another 5 to Intelligence, just to make sure I'm good for now. And then weapon slot 1 says it can have more put into it. So I'll put one more into Intelligence. Nope, you won't let me? Keep going. Why do you say I have...
My
Ooh.
intelligence is abysmal.
Why does it...
Probably.
Okay, so this is where I get confused. I look at weapon set 1, and it says 2 and then in brackets 4. But I can't allocate a point to anything when I'm actively on that weapon slot. It doesn't let me.
Do you have the skill points above it still to put in? So like there's skill points, which is the actual number you have to assign, and then you have the weapon set, and then how many you have available of that weapon set to assign for that, and then the parentheses is the max number that could be assigned for that weapon set. So
I see. So no, I have 0 skill points, but then I have 2 of weapon set 1 and 2 of weapon set 2.
That's...
But I guess it's because I applied it to a general sense?
Correct. You applied them as just broad general points.
See.
Yep. That's what I was saying about how the UI is really hard to understand, but also I
That's
don't
the
see
big
how
one.
it could be made any more clear necessarily, because it's like, it's true that you still have 4 of the weapon set available, but like...
I think if it didn't say the 2 and just said the brackets 4 of like total weapon set, and then left the above bit, I think that might help it a bit more.
What?
Like
what's
okay,
what's even more confusing is if you were to assign a couple to weapon set like 1 and then hit apply, it would pull them from your total number of available skill points at the top, but you would still be able to assign them to weapon set 3, or weapon set 2 rather, despite them not being in your general list, because weapon set 2 would then be a larger number than weapon set 1, and then you can assign... It's confusing.
It's confusing for sure.
It's confusing.
Okay, so I can now have my Withering Presence active. And my stuff active again, which means next stuff, I can get all that back. Gotcha. And then... Okay, so wait, I got Vitality, which means I can put Vitality on Withering Presence. Which is really good, because it means my Withering Presence also heals me.
Yep.
Which is just nice.
Someday I'll get Vitality, and that will help, but I can't... I don't have enough Spirit for that now.
So, can you get Spirit without armor or equipment? No, right?
Yeah, so you get
you
get 30 permanently from this, and then in Act 3 there's another side quest which gives you another 30, and I think... So I think, based on just like side quest permanent boosts, I think at the end of the 2 run-throughs of Acts 1 through 3 you will end up with 120 Spirit, like natively. And then scepters add more.
I see.
I think that's the way the numbers work. I could be wrong, but...
Yeah, I just use my actual scepter number, because I'm like, it's the most of what I see.
Yeah, but we just got 30 from the, one of those last side quests we did.
Oh, is that the one from the ritual thing?
Yeah, when we got that first Spirit skill gem is because we had done the quest that gave us 30 Spirit inherently.
I see. Okay. I like this. It feels like I'm going through the game with like a teacher or something.
I do tend to be at least moderately knowledgeable.
I'm also liking that we're actually making it through the acts, like the Act 1 a lot faster.
Knowledge goes a long way to get you through the early games much, much quicker.
Oh, yeah. This is teaching me that, like, a lot of my stuff that I put into the gems is going to be, the stuff for, like, my Withering Presence or, like, my extra whatnots. But then all of my skill points right now, I want to be either helping me support those facts or just, you know, bolstering my attack speed so I can do funny attacks with this Withering Presence shit going on.
Yeah, so the Spirit, I sort of want to give a touch of context on, because the Spirit is such a dramatically good improvement over Path of Exile 1. So, adding Spirit for these, like, passive aura-based stuff was essentially a direct response to how people ended up playing Path of Exile 1. Because in Path of Exile 1, auras and heralds and these sort of self-buff things that you find there were They had a reservation mechanic, and they reserved percentages, well, usually percentages or flat values of your mana. And there were some ways that you could get them to then reserve health instead of mana. And so the way it always ended up is that pretty much any build in the game ended up running. I think we actually got everything important here.
I don't remember.
There is one side
Oh,
objective
there's a
here
boss.
still, but it's not vital. It doesn't give a permanent benefit, but it is something we could go find.
It's a boss that gives, good loot.
Good loot, and it's fun.
Yeah. I am enjoying this, and we're already, much further than I would have been if I had started a new character, because, again, I take my time to farm and everything, and, I am enjoying getting through Act 1 a little bit faster than before, because I would be stuck here for, I wouldn't have made it to the village by the end of the stream. And here we go. Nice.
And so in Path of Exile 1, it just came to find out that pretty much 90% of builds always had, a huge proportion of their mana reserved at all times. So people were running with, 10% of their actual max mana available to them, which was constraining the design space because, they couldn't really meaningfully put in really high mana cost skills because it just, kind of broke the way people were actually playing the game. Nobody would use them because the auras were too good.
Sorry, I got a level 4 skill gem. I was just trying to upgrade one.
Oh, yeah, sure. And so, all of those things were impacting their design space, and so they very intelligently were like, if everybody is going to try to be running these passives, we should put them off into a separate resource pool, which is when they created Spirit to be like, if every character is doing this, it doesn't make any sense to reserve mana and then just have that resource doing double duty, and they moved it to Spirit, which I thought was really, really smart. And I appreciate how the developers actually pay attention to how people actually play the game and make adjustments to just make it better.
Yeah. Okay. It's weird, but it's interesting. I do think the Spirit system then is 100% better than what you described.
Yeah.
And I'm the way that you give new items and focuses and stuff also have Spirit for you to also use more totems and
yep,
persistent buffs and whatnot. I'm it's good. It feels nice. It leads to a new sort of build dynamic.
Exactly. That was the big thing that when I heard about it, I was like, oh, that's really interesting because that's just a whole dimension that didn't exist before that they can now interact with. Now you can be on the lookout for uniques that add Spirit to slots that usually don't get Spirit. Stuff like that.
Spirit unique that I want so badly.
It's that's just cool stuff.
Yeah. Also,
and I think it's also kind of interesting because with the weirdness of the weapon set 1 and 2, right? How I talked about how that solves the fact that nobody ever had their weapon sets in Path of Exile 1. But it's kind of interesting because you can see that those are the mechanics that are sort of feel like they might be in the most play-testy area, right? This UI feels a little bit weird, and how do we feel about this? Because they're the newest mechanics they've introduced. These are not tried and true. These are hot off the presses experimental stuff that they've done.
Yeah. Ooh, Crimson Amulet. I'm gonna take that to roll on a better one later, because I'm still missing jewelry slots. I just got a notification on my phone. That means I can finally talk about this, because the one big benefit of being a Steam developer is that you're privy to a bunch of Steam secrets.
Oh, yeah.
But you do have to fill out a lot of extra information. Every year.
Sure.
But I can now officially say, because It's already happened. The Steam Winter Sales.
Ah,
It was the
nice.
19th.
Oh, right, because I'm sure as a developer, it's like, do you want to put your thing into the winter sale?
Oh, yeah.
And here's this. And
Yeah.
I'm sure all of that happened.
It tells you when literally every sale is going.
Yep.
And it's not like it doesn't get spread anyway. People...
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, and more than anything, it's like, we all know there's a winter sale.
Yeah. But it's like...
Nobody's surprised.
You are indeed told as a developer, hey, don't spread this information.
Right.
Like, it is a explicit no.
By decree of the Count of By decree of the Count
Okay, well,
By decree of the Count
okay.
Bonk.
whispering and conspiring has not gone unnoticed.
I just kept hitting the decree of the Count of Ogrom for a second.
Mockery. However,
I have to say, that is one thing they need to fix on controllers sooner than later.
must report to the manor immediately.
What's that?
If you listen to the decrees on controller, it actually doesn't do the thing where you can hear it as you walk around. You have to sit still and listen to it.
That's definitely annoying. Did we find...
Nothing of note yet. We found a random yellow dude.
I found the blacksmith? Okay. I
No.
I looked at the map and it was like grayed out like we'd already found it. And I was like, did I miss
Oh?
the tools that I was supposed to grab?
Wait, where did you see this?
Looking at the world map, you can see the
Oh,
side
yeah.
objectives. And it's like, maybe it's just,
It's,
I don't know, maybe it's just really gray because it's a blacksmith's anvil. Like, maybe that's what's up.
I don't think I've ever seen that one lit up.
Yeah, maybe that's just the color it is.
Maybe. Could also be broken.
Could also be broken.
I got a new iron rune.
Bonk. There's something incredibly satisfying about just flattening groups of normal white loser enemies just by running into them.
Oh, this game is so good with its like kill the crowd mechanics and them feeling satisfying.
Yeah, it's got a really good feeling of like heft. It's just like the impact of things just feel really good.
Oh, victim. What you got, buddy? Nothing.
As well as the fact that you can like the payoffs concept on skills where it's like you build up something and then like the heavy stagger that I have, or culling for that matter, and like
Yeah.
anything that like consumes armor break to do more damage. It's just like they just feel satisfying to use.
So, I keep getting distracted because of my mouse cursor. Because I've been playing Fable 3 recently,
Hey.
and doing, like, ooh. Thank you for the rune slot on those, game.
Yep.
So I've been playing Fable 3 recently and doing different runs of Fable 3.
Uh-huh.
Because it's just a fun game to play.
Sure.
At least for me, I liked it. It was fine. It has good aesthetic and whatnot, but in the very
Yeah, it was a
opening,
reasonably good time.
in the opening, there's a character named Boulder. And you can't skip the part where the dude talks to Boulder because it's too early in the cutscene. But he's just like, look at our new friend, Boulder. And then every time I hover over your character, I just keep hearing him say Boulder in a really funny way.
Boulder.
it's just like every time I look at you, I'm just like, it's Boulder.
That's right. It is Boulder.
It's you. You definitely have a Boulder build going on right now.
I do. Bonk.
So I can see one major difference of the playstyles, by the way. in that I have a rule when I go through these games. So I didn't play Path of Exile 1, yes, but I also didn't play like Diablo 2 or 3 that much.
Uh-huh.
I got into
Whoa.
Diablo.
Whoa, sudden lag spike. Oh, it's fine.
I got into. Oh, hey, this tells us where the boss arena is, though. To our left.
Oh, yes, it does.
He's always by the wall.
Do we want to try to find that blacksmith first?
Yes, we do. So
That should have a...
I got into a little bit of a necromancy phase.
Oh! Never mind, we don't need to find it. I know why it's gray.
Oh.
Because that is an account level unlock. That unlocks the salvage bench, which we already have.
Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say, I did notice that I had the salvage bench off the bat on the new character, which I was like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's a nice little...
It's nice that those are account-wide.
So you don't have to go fetching it again.
Yeah, I like that. I like that some of these will be account-wide and then some of them will be character-based or, like, world-based, whatever. But so, I only got into Diablo 3 because I got really big into a necromancy phase, obviously.
Phase?
Yeah, there was a phase, yes. Like, a specific phase. I have not grown out of necromancy, but there was a
like,
whole...
I'm pretty sure...
There was a whole phase.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's not a phase, Mom, is the way that goes.
It's, I guess, okay. I guess it's not a phase, it's an arc. Because it's like,
okay, we can...
now I have, like, yeah, now I have just inherent access to necromancy. But it's like, I didn't always, you know, have the forbidden knowledge, so to speak. And so when I started, like, really getting into it, oh, I didn't see the attack drop. I don't know if you can res me with this dude being him. Because he's not fun. But when I was first doing it, yeah, I got into Diablo 3 a bit. And then that's kind of what got me into ARPGs.
Oh, damn! Okay, I'm coming. I got him heavy stunned.
Oh.
Don't you dare, you little asshole. I can't believe you. Unbelievable.
Okay, that was really funny, though.
Unbelievable
I don't
horse
even
shit.
care that I'm dead. That was really funny. I hear I'm coming for you,
perfect
and then I
timing.
start seeing you get swarmed like this. Oh my god. Ah.
Oh, God.
Oh, that was funny. But yeah, that's why I got into, like, Last Epoch as well.
Yeah.
And then Last Epoch is what is getting me into this game in particular. Is that Last Epoch showed me the way of, like, any character, any weapon. It just wasn't done quite to the extent that this game does it, which is, like, any character, any build, any gem, any weapon, like, you do you, is, like, the inherent
Bonk.
style of this.
Oh, for crying out loud, they're just infinite numbers of these assholes.
Yep. If you really want to get me up, the only way to do it is to kill all but the 4 archers. But sometimes the archers will come in and then get stuck, and then he'll just spawn the dudes dead every so often, too. But yeah, that's the main reason, like, I got into this game. So,
Bonk.
one of the things I started doing as a result of playing these games is I have a rule that I follow.
Bonk.
Okay, assholes, don't stand over my
Shield
body.
play for the win. Oh, get out of here.
So the rule I play by when I go through these games is every time I enter a new area, I have to fully clear it the first time. I guess it doesn't really count on a second character playthrough sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like I generally do that as well, but that's the way I treat it, because like once I've got the first character all the way through, like I pay far less attention to like the story, what I'm going through, and then it's
Ooh,
approaching
that has
the,
a socket.
mosey through at much more rapid pace. Oh,
Yeah.
Man, I want that next tier of skills. It's very important to me.
Which tier?
The skill level 5. For the actual, like, next stuff. I want it real bad. Hey, ladies. Okay, bye. I still think it's funny that just, like, town portals are just, like, a everybody can do it sort of thing.
I like it more. I like that we're consistent with things like this.
It's like, I'm just gonna town portal back. I was like, okay, bye. I don't see how you were captured, but alright. See you later.
Yeah, like the big one that I've been doing recently is I've been playing through more Elder Scrolls Online, obviously.
Uh-huh.
And I'm now doing a expansion I've never done for the first time. And the whole expansion revolves around the High Society of Mages. And, like, their rich, fancy asshole lives. And it's led to some really funny, like, thought discussions that I keep having with myself, where I'm like, okay, I'm a pirate captain. Does that make me middle class? Because I don't feel like it's lower, but it can't be upper. Right? It's like, what
Call
am
it the
I?
working class.
No, working class is different. You can have upper class people that are still working class.
No, you have
Yes, you
the
can.
working class and the capitalist class. Come join me, comrade.
But you can have, like, a dude who just is living the rich lifestyle and whatnot, but then his day job is like, I'm gonna go to the mines and just mine for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
That's still
I mean, if you're
he's
out
still
there
upper class.
Working. Nope. If you work for your living, you're working class. And then there's the capitalist class, who simply owns and does no work. They are leeches on society.
Okay, but the question is, like, it's a different set of class system is what I'm saying.
I mean, maybe a little bit, but you know.
But that's why I'm questioning, what is a pirate captain? Are they upper or lower or middle class? What is the equivalent of middle class fantasy?
In that sort of situation, you're honestly dealing more with the stratification in nobility and not nobility.
But, okay, no, because we thought about this. I thought about this. And I pointed this out on a different stream that I wasn't actively streaming. I was just kind of rambling when someone asked me to, like, co-host with them. But so, okay. I'm going to lay out a perfect, like, middle-class medieval lifestyle scenario for you. Let's say you're a blacksmith. Random, normal blacksmith, right? You own a shop, you own a house. You still are technically working class, yes, but that's not the same classification. However, what happens when you start being good enough quality and, like, getting paid well enough that nobility starts coming to you to make you the fancy, like, rapiers and, like extra fancy, like, swords that they use for their generals and shit that they do? Because at that point, you are getting paid so much more than literally anyone else just because you're a good blacksmith and you're making a fancy sword.
So it depends on your sort of lens of analysis, right? So once you're sort of dealing with a sociological circumstance like this. So in the lens of, like, that I tend to use of, like, class struggle, you would be looking at working class versus, in this case, we're not talking about necessarily capitalism. We would be talking about a nobility system.
But
you're talking about the powered class and the working class.
But the question isn't about the actual, like, working economics, it's about the wealth economics, specifically. In that case, are you considered fantasy middle class because you have enough money to have your own house, you're not a beggar, you own your own shop, you're a blacksmith, and you're getting paid the good money that comes with those fancy contracts, but you're not necessarily living the same life that royalty would? Like,
I am of the opinion that, like, middle class is not a... Well, that's why it depends on your lens of analysis, because I don't find middle class to be a meaningful distinction that is useful for, like, argument or discussion. Because, like, yes, they are working class but making more money, but why that is an important distinction is because they still don't hold power in any meaningful way. The nobility still does. If the nobility's just like, you know what, I didn't like your work today, I'm going to send the guards to skewer your ass. They can just do that because they are the ruling class. As a blacksmith, even making money, even living a good life, you are still of the working class and thus under the boot of nobility.
But the upper, middle, and lower class systems are still a thing that would be in place because that's about how financially well off are you that you... Okay, my loot filter is broken or something. I just have to disable it for now. Also, passive skill point. Woo! So, you can still have a working class system, but also have a upper, middle, and lower class. Like, just because you go to work...
Those are inherently squiffy monetary sorts of delineations. There's no real delineation between those two, like you can draw between using the lens of power, like
I know, but that's why I'm saying, if
class.
you were looking at that lens of financial wealth, like, yes, you can be a worker, you can work in the mines, but live a life of complete luxury, where you still work for 8 hours a day, chipping away in the mines. But then you go home and chill out in, like, your movie theater lounge chair watching whatever the hell you want on whatever the hell sort of, like, system it is, whatnot. I have to drop one of these items to double-check my loot filter real quick, because that yellow helmet I just dropped, I don't see it. I see... Okay, so flasks are just inherently hidden for them? I don't know what's happening here. Also, I got a support gem that I don't know what to put on. Ooh, actually, I can put on Withering Presence, so that now I regen life and mana with my Withering Presence, which is kind of nice.
I don't know, I wish I could add stuff like that to my
why can't you?
Support gem. I don't have it. Adding stuff like that increases the spirit cost of it, and I do not have any additional spirit. I have only the 30. Yeah.
Oh, it does. Yeah, I'm down to 2 spirit now. Okay, that's good to know. I just never noticed it before because I guess I always have like a little bit of leftover spirit to where I'm like.
Yeah, because you have the plenty of extra from that scepter.
Yeah. Ooh, yellow chest. But yeah, so it's like you can have both systems of class technically exist simultaneously. So it's not a question of what, like, of the other class you're in, it's of specifically the working, like, or specifically of the wealth-based classes, which one do you fall into when you are living the life of a pirate captain?
I mean, and that would entirely depend upon success, right? Because that's the metric. It's just how much money do you have?
I guess, yeah, you could just be living.
That's why, like, being of the working class is actually like a more meaningful distinction, because that's not dependent on how successful you are at your toil. It's just that you live by means of toil yourself and not exploiting the toil of others. And I guess there could potentially be certain captains that, I mean, are could be considered of the capitalist class,
Oh, they're 100% can be
money
captains
class
of-
because you just make your crew do all the work. But
Yeah, they
you also
exist.
can't be a complete asshole because things are democratic by nature, and you'll just get your ass mutinied.
You would think. Mutiny mutiny was not common by any means, shape, or form. To be fair, asshole captains also weren't common by any means, shape, or form. Usually, if you're on a boat,
Right.
you're with a family. Like, either whether or not you are blood related, you're on the boat, they are family. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
But so as a result, mutiny only ever happened to I think it was like 6 different people throughout the age of piracy, and every single time, I think there was one case where someone was in the right. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know for a fact that the majority of the times when we read about mutiny in the history books, the captain was still in charge at the end of the day. He just went back to it. Because mutiny was inherently... So, the problem is, when you are on a boat, and this is still a rule to this day, is, the captain is in charge. The captain is, in charge of your crew, and any passengers, he is in charge and responsible for your life.
Yeah.
This also means that mutiny is very risky, because as a result... captains had to make it punishable by death. Or worse, if they really wanted to. Because if they didn't, if mutiny was just allowed to get away, you were allowed to get away with, you were saying the equivalent of, yeah, you're allowed to get away with kidnap, torture, and murder of not just me, but also every single man aboard my ship. And I am not okay with that. And that's why mutiny was, a very bad thing to speak about. It's because, yes, your captain can be a dick.
But he's got to go
typically,
real off the rails
he
before...
really does. And it's there are things a captain might be thinking about that normal, working, swabbies, for example, just wouldn't have the forethought to think about, right?
Yeah.
Because it's you don't have to think, you as a swabby don't have to think about the number of lives that are actively aboard your ship, doing everything in their power to keep it afloat. Boats originally were like planes. They are black magic, and we don't know how they work. Because it's true, it's how can you put something that big in the water and it floats? That doesn't make sense. And it's it's the same thing with the planes.
Well,
how you can put something that big in the sky doesn't make sense.
It's true.
But yeah, so it led to a really weird but really interesting dynamic that basically meant if you were put in charge of the boat, you had so many things to worry about that mutiny was the last on your list, because you better be a good person, otherwise everyone else is dying anyway. It's it is famously...
Oh, we got some yellows.
Ooh. I'll take some yellows.
At least one. I don't know. There might have been a second one. I'm not sure.
Okay, I will not like the
There's
yellows
two.
if... Oh, yeah, and one of them is the Blood Mender. Gotcha. Okay, can I lead you away from Poe so we can split this up a little bit, though?
I've got Meat Chewer.
Yeah, I got Murder Crackle.
Murder.
That's a pretty good name. The names of the enemies in this game never fail to get me.
They're really funny. Oh, this person I like. This is a very predictable attack pattern.
Murder Crackle over here is not of the same branch, and does indeed keep just deciding to go for me instead of my minions again, which is...
Bonk.
Oh my god, that gave you a Gem Cutter's Prism, huh, damn.
Sure did.
Damn. Cool.
See you later.
Thanks, game.
Me pockets are full.
I don't get anything of the same caliber.
Yeah, I came out of that way ahead.
Okay, hang on. I have full, quote-unquote, full inventory. I want to see if I can't fix this.
Man, I have like 2 rows full. That's it.
So, most of this is actually... Okay, you know what? I'm going to leave all this here for a second. I'm going to very quickly portal to town, deconstruct, like, whatever I can, and then just come back and not worry about anything else in the meantime. And then I can pick those things back up after.
I'm just gonna snack on these cashews while I wait for you. Snacks.
And, like, doing all this gets me closer to, you know, more Artificer's Orbs and...
Yeah, I mean, it's worth doing. I just can't be bothered.
Oh, I absolutely can be. I'm like, I can show... Chat can see it right now, but you should see my chest. It's just funny to me.
Well, and...
It's like, there's so much currency in here.
I guess a big part of what leads me to not be so, like, gremlin-y is just because, like, I know how things tend to scale later into the game.
Yeah, but I can still keep...
Like, I'll just get more shit when I get higher level.
I'm of the thing, though, where I'm like, I can get this stuff, and I can either use it now to keep myself, you know, doing something good in the meantime. Or...
Yeah, I mean, it's really just...
I can also...
It's entirely an emotional sort of subjective perspective on how things work.
Yeah, it's just like, I like saving it, because then I can use it on, like, a later character.
Oh, I assure you. I saved that shit. You should see my Path of Exile 1 stash. Thousands of currencies.
It's fun, I like it.
I know they'll show up later. So I'm just like, I'll just get there, and then I'll get them. Which is also why I end up using, like, minimal gear for a lot of times, because I'm like, I don't have to stop and deal with it just yet.
I like to stop, like, at least, like, twice per act, usually, I think it is, and then what I'll do the twice per act is either... Again, I love farming, so sometimes I'll just kind of farm because I can.
Well, I definitely don't farm, but the thing about this game has done a much, much better job of, like, requiring me to stop and, like, do something about my gear, because the gameplay is just, like, an actual challenge and compelling. So it's like, well, can't fight that boss unless I do something about this shitty gear. Like, and I count that as a definite, like, benefit to the game, because it's just, that's more interesting than being able to go, like, 4 acts without ever touching my gear, aside from just, you know, pulling what I had in my stash out, and it's just like, alright, I'll use my starter uniques, and then off I go for 2 hours.
Yeah, I just like doing it because it's like, it's just fun. I'm like, I'll enjoy, like, getting into the end of Act 1, and then just before I do any of, like, actual Act 2, I'll just be like, alright, I'm gonna farm until I have, like, a bunch of yellows, they're max quality, and, like, just the best they can be. Where are we heading? Oh, I see there is an upper...
I figure we'll get to beat the Act 1 boss and then probably call it for the evening.
Yeah, that works.
The satisfying closing.
Oh, you can see what the Act 1 boss is like when you have minions. Ah.
It's a bow.
I have terrible luck with those oranges in these games. I have seen 3 so far in total.
I think I have 5 now.
I'm like, I've seen 3, my friend has seen 6. Literally double.
This is a cool bow. Well, it's sort of cool, except for it's like level 1, so whoop-de-doo.
Ooh, level 4 skill gem.
But its property is pretty cool. It's 224% increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver. So it's like, it doesn't have any special properties itself, it just makes your quiver, like, incredible.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And here it is. Touch the checkpoint just to have touched the checkpoint, because it's satisfying to watch the... But yeah, it's like, I'll go into Act 2, like, I'll do this tonight, we'll beat it, and then I'll probably keep playing this character, because I find the melee much more fun, and now that I'm actually, like, playing with this whole thing, feeling this setup, I am enjoying this more.
This place is right fancy. Gold is
I'll probably keep playing this one as well, just because, like,
it's just fun.
Play is fun.
It's just fun.
Yeah. It's fun.
I'm also the type of person, too, who, like, if I don't know what I want to play on stream, I will literally just play a chill game like this. Even if I've already been going through it, it's like, I'll recap people on what I did or what's been happening. And then I'll just kind of chill out and play for a while and just be like, yeah, I'm going to enjoy this now. But I think it's also because I have had to change my attitude towards streams so much over the year.
Yeah.
Over the years, where it's like...
That'll...
I'm not worried about numbers ever. In fact, I kind of don't want to grow too big. It is one of my bigger fears of, like, seeing the hundreds of thousands of people in chat and just being like, why am I here?
I definitely don't want to grow to that degree. I would like a few new regulars is what I would like.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want... I think my fear starts in, like, the 1,500 plus range, personally.
Yeah, my ideal circumstance, honestly, is to have a big enough community that my averages are somewhere between 10 and 20. Like, that at any given point in time on my several hours of streaming, there's, like, maybe 7 plus active chatters specifically, because I want folks around and hanging out. People are certainly allowed to lurk, and I appreciate lurkers.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the mark of, like, what my goal is that, like, 10 to 20 active people, so that, like, conversations are lively.
I'm just like, I'll be honest, I enjoy people showing up, but I have definitely grown to that point of I don't care about the numbers anymore.
Fair.
But I think it's an okay mentality of, like, yes, I want people to show up and be chatting and increase, like, you know, having fun with people in chat and whatnot. But, like, I'm not actively looking to be like, yeah, I got 500 people to watch this stream today. It's like, I'll point it out when it happens, because it's like, it's a funny number. How did I get funny number when it just happened? But, like, apart from that, I'm just like, I'm enjoying it. And I think it's what led me to, like, also not really care about a proper schedule or anything, is I'm like... I have some people who are still regulars, like Vichy and whatnot, and it's like, if you like my content, you'll see that I went live, and you'll show up.
Yeah.
And that's all it takes. And it's like, I don't really see a point in myself putting all this extra effort into it if I'm not worried about said extra effort as a result. Okay, what is it with me? Oh, you really shredded my dudes? Oh, here we go.
Oh, I can't block that.
Oh, come on. Break your armor already. There we go. Yeah, this is why I'm going to be a little upset that I can't get that curses last forever on this dude one. But also, it's not going to take my health to cast that thing, so it's not going to be as bad.
Yeah, there is that. Oh, God!
Okay. I forgot about your machine gun. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, you want to know what the only good news of this build is? I have minions to beat distractions, and...
Well, unless he's just going to keep doing that.
No, I can do this. Oh, they fixed it! That attack works! Haha, that attack doesn't.
Oh, it's your minions are distracted by ads. That's why they're not helping.
Good. Let him get up to here. No, 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 ads, no. There we go. There we go. Come on.
Do we
Come
go?
on. Yes, we go. Okay, well, if the minion...
We're going? Yeah, that freaking asshole.
It's this one dude who kind of, you know, broke the pot, but you actually died in a good space. Can't revive you from here, can I? You died in a good space because he's stuck. He can get stuck on these things pretty easily, and I can just kind of sit here.
Apparently.
Oh, it's great. I loved learning this about this dude. Come on.
Go, let's go.
Yeah!
Oh yeah.
Told you died on the exact
Oh,
right
God.
spot. Oh! Yeah, you can imagine why that was extra good as a witch when I could call this dude
Yeah.
from a distance.
Bonk.
Woo!
Don't want that.
Yeah, if you end up behind him when he does that, he can't hit you nearly as much unless you're, like, directly behind him. And I find it is fine to just, like, just sit, like, right behind him, and then...
I love that the pacing with a lot of these guys' attacks, I can, like, get one hit in and then have the shield up to block the next and get the counter attack. Or
Oh.
the, like, deflection every time.
That's
It's
good.
very satisfying. I'm just like,
They really
bonk,
did make
shield,
this
bonk,
game, like,
shield.
as satisfying as physically possible. Ooh.
They really did. Maximum life. I like that. I always forget that that gives maximum life.
I don't think I've paid attention to anything that these things give you properly. I just remember the loot because I also like being a bard in games, and just means you're a bard too, so I have more respect for you.
Right.
That's how that works,
Whoa,
totally.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ooh, Gauss Wraps, don't mind if I do.
Okay, okay. Stop with the ranged attacks. That's quite enough.
I am loving that I can do this. This is working out to be so much of a better variation on my build.
Yeah, and you'll be well suited to using a sword whenever that comes about.
Oh my god, I'm so excited for that. I'm excited for the extra, like, gems and stuff I get in general.
Yeah, I'm
That's
really
gonna be
looking forward
fun.
to seeing all of the new gems.
Oh, I just meant from, like, ascendancies of this,
Oh,
of the
sure.
gemling being, like,
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
as weirdly chaotic as it is with gems, where it's like, yeah, you can slot in extra gems, you can have the same gem on multiple different skills.
Yeah, you get to...
You are gonna
Use
see
your-
so much armor breakage on me and my minions as a result, because I am going to put the same combo on them the moment I get the chance to. It's going to be so funny to me.
Hey.
Like, I will make us break their armor. Oh, nice, a regal shard for you.
Get out of here.
Whew.
Oh, I've run off.
I think
Nice.
having minions might also just spawn more ads. 'Cause I've heard
I
people...
don't think so. There's just a lot of ads.
Okay, because I've heard other people complain about the amount of ads when they play with me as well, and I'm just like, I don't know if that's also a thing, but I
They
can...
might not
I
just
can...
not realize that co-op in general just...
It makes it harder, yeah,
Makes it-
because it doubles up all the enemies.
Yeah.
But the other one is, I can guarantee you, he spawns more wolves.
that's
I
quite possible.
have seen it firsthand because my friend played as a monk and I watched her do the
Bro.
fight.
Bro.
where I was like, oh, hey, I really want to see you do this fight because it was a nightmare for me, considering the amount of goddamn wolves this idiot spawns. And so I was like, okay, I want to know how you're going to deal with that many wolves at once. And then I watched her do it, and it was like 3 wolves. Or like 4 wolves would come out throughout the attack, and I'm just like, that. How did you deal with like 15 times the amount, like less wolves than I had? What is happening? I don't know if you remember what it was like for you to do this through the first time. But I actively had to count at some point.
The first time I played it, I would have been in multiplayer, so it's... I don't know, it might have been different.
It's like the first time I went through it, so the numbers I was referring to for single were both for single player.
Right.
Because I just didn't join them.
I have a lot of support gems.
You keep getting all these support gems.
I do. I really do.
I don't get nearly this many. Even
Yeah, and I really don't have that many gems that I need to freaking be supporting at the moment.
I'm gonna try to start taking those off your hand if you don't notice them right away.
I mean, you know, honestly, that's fine.
Just because I could use more. You're not gonna make me say it. I'm not
Dude,
falling for that trap. I know what happens when people say under there.
Ah, damn. Is it? Maybe it's the next level down that you
It
can...
is, yeah. We have one more level to go before the elevator, so...
Sick animation.
Yeah. But yeah, so, like, on the 2 single players, I had to...
Hello, empty.
I had to actively count, because I was curious. I had over 20 wolves spawn in a single form of the mist. And then I counted on my... I counted on my friends, and she just had a whopping 5. I was just like, hang on. Where are your wolves? Why do they get put on vacation for you, huh?
And see, so, Empty, you say irony of me playing Poe. I think it is but the most appropriate that I be playing Poe.
Oh, it's this room, I
The
see.
most fitting.
The opposite of irony.
Um...
I'm trying to remember based off the Futurama episode.
Well, yeah, because, I mean,
I guess...
one argument, it's not opposite, but the sort of similar term would be, like, coincidental.
Yeah.
Irony, coincidence. But that's not quite opposite. Like, an opposite of an irony is just, like, expected. Like, it's just exactly what you would expect.
It's not called an... Like, it's not quite called an expectation, though, because it's the like, it's referring to the action of circumstance.
It's the,
And that's not really expectation, because that's not the action of circumstance, that's the...
Empty suggests that the opposite of irony would be sincerity. Which I think that those 2 words are kind of used in different contexts.
Yeah, I don't...
I can see how those are connected in that way.
It's like, I don't really think that'd be the right opposite, though. Like, I don't quite think that's opposite as much as it is adjacent.
Well, and that's the thing, though, is like
I guess...
the actual meaning of irony as a literary term. I don't know if it really has an opposite, technically. You know,
I'm fairly sure it has one that I just can't think of.
But yes, I'm kind of trying to think of the exact thing that, like, Bender reads out when he says,
"Oh,
now that is irony."
Yeah, he reads out the definition of irony in the song, and it's really funny.
The literal definition of irony, and I'm like, if I could recall that, that really would help with the...
Yeah, and that's what I keep trying to do in my brain, too, is I'm like, I can hear Bender singing the rhythm.
Words outside of their literal intention or something. Now that is irony. It's something...
No, it's like opposite of that of their intention, or something like that. I don't remember. And it's killing me that I don't remember. I don't think I've ever found this room. on the other one. This is interesting. Okay.
Oh, really? That's a lot of dudes. That's a lot of dudes.
Yep. I'm gonna hope I can wither one of them to kill.
Yeah, I see your your word vomit there, Empty. Your string together copy paste of opposites.
Oh.
I think it was mostly a mistake, based on the reaction. I don't think it was supposed to paste like that, but it certainly did. It's just like blah, 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 blah.
God, I love Futurama. I need to rewatch like all of Futurama.
I do too. We actually just recently rewatched through since there were some new episodes that we hadn't watched yet. I think there's another season we hadn't gotten to.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of the new stuff that they had after the renewal, but
yeah,
that's not
I've
true. I watched one. I
Futurama.
watched the what is it called? Oh, hey, wait, we can see the room from here, so we can see how to get to it. So it's actually going to be backwards. Oh, wait, it's right here. Never mind.
Yeah. The scene with the devil's hands.
Yeah.
That exact one.
Yes, that scene.
Grabbies.
Oh. Oh, that's a satisfying pull, though.
It really is. It's such a good animation.
It looks like one of those like party cracker things.
Oh, how? Look at these assholes down here already.
Oh, I don't have raised dead as of here.
Oh, there it is. The use of words expressing something other than their literal intention. Yeah,
yes.
I was close. I was close.
You were close.
Now,
yeah.
that is irony.
Great show, man.
So that's the thing is, it's like
the use
the
of
opposite
words
would be the use of words expressing their literal intention. Like that's the opposite of irony, and that's just like
no. Okay, there is a word for this then, because there is a term for this, which is like. The thing I'm thinking of is letter of the law. Where it's like, you are following the literal letter of the law. Down to its exact words and meaning.
Oh, can't block that.
And it's like, chaotic lawful is usually the way people describe it. But I'm like, there is a word for doing that with words. I know there is. I just don't know what that word is. But that's what I am viewing as its exact opposite, because it is using it for their exact literal intention.
This is a very interesting experience fighting with a shield, because, like, now I have to pay attention to when they're doing the abilities that, like, you can't block, simply because otherwise I just dodge everything, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's blockable or not when you can only dodge. You just get the hell out of there. But now I'm like, sometimes I do want to block.
Oh, this is going to be painful for me, because I have aggro. I am not looking forward to what he's about to do. Come on, do it. I need to show Poe this mist. You better do this right. You can actually
gotta get him down.
You can actually kind of see him
first.
You can actually kind of see him already doing it a little bit, where you can see all the different wolves that he's like spawning in.
Yeah, I do think that I'm more used to there being like 3.
Yeah, no, he just spawned in a solid 5.
When he does the spawn in solo, at least. Solo non-minion, I should say.
Yeah. I think not.
Ow.
What do you mean you expected so much more from him?
I mean, he is pretty cool.
This dude is a badass.
I do still think it's funny that that journal that we didn't read. I don't know if you read that last time.
I've read every single bit it's given me so far.
Yeah, where he's specifically talking about how he's like trying to hunt down shapeshifters and how he thinks that they're like a threat to the freaking kingdom and they're lord.
That's death on me.
Yeah.
He froze me and then I got laser beamed in the face.
Yep. That's what happened to me. I got my ass froze. And I was like, shit.
Yep. Hey, Chatter, if you end up finding that, like, actual definition for the thing I was talking about, let me know. But go ahead, continue, Poe, sorry.
I don't know, I lost track of what I was saying when I got killed.
Something about
honestly.
him hunting down shapeshifters.
Oh, yeah. The fact that, like, that's his main paranoia that he's, like, taking out on the people and why they're being subjugated is because he's like, they're all shapeshifters. You can see it behind their eyes. And this asshole out here is a freaking shapeshifter into a wolf. He somehow gets to claim that that's different or something. Like, what a
Because
typical asshole.
technically it is different. He's not a shapeshifter, he is a werewolf. There is a inherent difference in abilities.
Oh, I don't want to be there anymore.
Oh no, oh, okay. Yeah, you could definitely see him as werewolves in comparison.
Bonk.
There's so many of the. Oh,
Lord.
okay, I have never seen that attack before, though.
See, I definitely had to deal with that before.
This is what I mean
Maybe
by, like,
that's not
I'm.
the minion-y attack.
That's what I mean by, like, I'm pretty sure there are different inherent abilities this dude has based on
Bonk.
your, like, overall build, too.
At least some of the core differences of, like, melee combatant, ranged combatant,
Yeah.
minion combatant. For sure. Nope.
You can see, like, this looks awesome, though, just us dancing around this asshole.
Bonk. Bonk.
Ow.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Bonk.
Yeah, wait until you see all the minions show up, though, and it's gonna be
Yes,
a
here we go.
time.
Okay. Alright, here we go.
There we go. Hey, sir.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh,
Well,
that
at
hurt.
least I ran out of that.
Oh, here it is. Time to fear.
Bonk.
This still isn't nearly as bad.
It will get worse over time. Because that's the other thing, is that as he gets lower on life, he gets worse and worse.
Maybe that's all it was. Maybe I was just stuck at him being low for a long time.
Honestly, yes. That became such an issue, that on my mercenary, one of the main things that I've invested in is damage at low life. Enemy low life. Like, I made it an executioner build just because it starts taking longer
don't
and
you dare.
longer the, like, lower life they get, and it can be just a whole problem.
That might also be partly it. But I did inherently see more minions this time than I did on my friend's first run. Because again, like, she only had to deal with 5 wolves throughout the entire first attack.
Yeah, I mean, that was many more than 5.
It was. And that's where part of the, like... Oh, that... I ran right into that one.
Not sure what my cold resist is, but I think it's probably way too damn low. What is it? It's 18. Not great.
You're gonna do this to me now, aren't you?
Really? Right on my corpse? It's just rude.
I don't want to attack him. No. Oh, that's...
Definitely not gonna work now.
Oh, here we go. I can do this. No? It's not letting me revive you.
I think because the mist does damage, it looks like.
I can't tell. I didn't even see the animation
Gonna
start.
hang out here.
Oh, here it is. You can start seeing the build up on me. Nope. Nope, I don't like this. Look at this. Look at this.
Well, and I think a part of that is that you're just having a hard time, like, getting those kills. I had the similar trouble when I was playing the Elemental, the Sorceress at that point. I had a real hard time with this boss. All right, hold on a second. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here, Doom Teeth?
So it's because every time you die, all the enemies are allowed to reroll.
I mean,
So
yeah,
it's-
he's just, like, hanging out right freaking here. Get out of here, man.
Looks like we just rolled a
Right,
yellow
you-
at the start of fight. I mean, I'll take it. It's loot.
It sure is. All right, let me run back to town real quick. I'm gonna swap my rings for some sapphire rings.
I'm gonna see if I can't roll a culling wand of some kind. Real quick. Because culling wand will at least give me the extra little bonus of I can use the culling wand to help with those wolves in the portion.
Yeah.
How's the clearing? Anything?
Oh, I can also see in comparison my mace does.
There we go. Now I have 75% cold resist. That's much better.
Okay, so there's no good maces here. Let me see if I can't roll that thing from.
Oh,
real
heck.
quick.
Make sure to talk to Latest. She gives us a tier 5 skill gem.
That's where I was getting it from. I was gonna say I'm missing one. Because I went
Oh, yeah,
into
well,
that with the
apparently, sir.
ability to resurrect people. And I didn't do that this time. Okay, I got a power siphon wand.
Do I want this?
I'm not smart enough for that!
For what it's worth,
This,
it
this,
isn't
this.
worth
Never mind on the goddamn power wand of siphoning.
Why is that?
I'm not smart enough.
Oh, yeah, that you do need intelligence for that.
Okay, we get a
Crap
tier
on.
5. What?
I'm gonna get this.
Oh, I don't have enough intelligence for any of this stuff. I need 2 more intelligence for this to work? Okay, maybe I use my yellow thing here. Do I want to use it on this mace, though?
What do you recommend for this?
What level maces do you have, Renly?
Oh.
Renly, what level are these? They're all 10.
Sports melee attacks. I could get. That's not a bad idea.
Okay, well, Renly, you were useless, so I'm gonna do this the fun way. 4 life per enemy killed, okay.
Sure, I'll do that.
We're gonna put this on to do increased physical damage as well, so that this mace
Tog on the
becomes good.
banner.
And then we're gonna upgrade the last 2 of this, and that'll help.
Neat.
I got another Regal Orb. At some point. Like, I don't have any quality, but... Hey, Hooded One. I put a point into Dexterity.
I've got a different idea.
Can I?
Bonk, bonk, bonk. Nice. Alright, so what does that give me? That gives me a way to get rage, as well as break armor. I can help break armor now. Just a
Woo!
little bit.
I was about to be worried because the portal disappeared, but then... Oh, you forgot about the short streaming feature again. Hello, Priestess. Yeah, I use the shorts feed, and that's where my third chat is. I was like, if it was just a YouTube and Twitch, it's not the worst, but...
I tried to do the shorts the one time, but my encoder was struggling to do both at once. I think I've changed things that it might be easier now on it, but it was definitely not working. Although part of that might be that I stream at 1440p. That might have been sort of the key thing, that trying to do that as well as run the shorts simultaneously was a little bit more than it wanted to do.
You want to know what the actual answer is? you have to set them separately for the short speed itself. And by default, it'll use your inherent one. So yeah, it was using the 1440p one when it's supposed to use something set up for a mobile use specifically.
Yeah.
But you can set it up for just that one feed. It's kind of like how you can multi-stream to Twitch with it, where it's like, it uses the same multi-stream thing. So it's like on Twitch, I use a different encoder setting, like setup so that it actually is built to Twitch.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with short speed. And I will say, it has consistently proved useful. I will see a lot more regulars, like, also coming back where there's, like, sometimes people get bored, want to chill through shorts, and that's fine. I don't care. It's also really funny when you then run into me again and they're like, oh wait, you're in short speed now?
Ayo.
Okay, that one.
Yeah, I think in the new year I might try to look into doing the multi-streaming again, especially after I get the computer upgraded, because that should give me a lot more options.
Yeah, it's
I'm already
I will
too hard
say,
on my CPU.
if for people who do care about numbers, it has literally doubled my viewership. Like, I can't think YouTube is just that wrong on viewership numbers, because it's consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I only care about numbers insofar as they are a metric that guides to whether, like, I'm successfully getting new regulars. Like, that's really the only thing I care about.
I have gotten a couple new regulars who will be regulars in shorts feeds, and I noticed it properly because of the fact that I actually ended up being a regular in someone else's feed, but it's only because he streamed to shorts. And I would just see him streaming in shorts every so often, and then that made me like,
oh no, I'm out here.
okay. I still think that is a larger number of wolves than normal. Oh, you led me so much into that trap.
Well.
Okay, he trapped me on that one. Also, how's it going, Priestess?
Oops. Bonk. Oh yeah!
Oh my god, okay. I was not expecting it.
The power of the bonk. I wish I could block this shit.
Oh, that's another death for me. He did the thing where he froze not only where I was going, but then immediately after right where I was going to.
Ow.
So I got stuck in the middle of the roll and just got beamed by it. I just couldn't do anything about it. Oh, you can test reviving the myth if you want.
Shit.
I think this is the other thing that they... I don't know if I should press this button or not, but it'd be really funny to do, though.
Ow. Oh no.
Oh, you're the one stuck in the fight. Should I press the funny button?
What funny button? Ow.
I have a funny button, but I don't want to say what it does in case it actually is like a bad button to press. Because I want to see what it does, but also... I kind of want permission to press the funny button.
I don't have very much context for that question.
That's why you gotta do a yes or no trust fall on this thing. I don't know what it's gonna do.
I mean, I guess go for it. It seems to be funny. Or so you say.
Okay, it does literally nothing, gotcha.
Bonk.
I have learned that if I am dead, I can press the button to teleport to you, and it actually asks me whether or not I want to teleport to you.
That big bonk is very helpful for resurrecting people.
Oh, this is gonna be an issue, though. There we go. I have cursed them to help you out significantly. Oh my god, we can clear these guys out so much easier. Now that I actually know what I'm doing with my build. So, the amount of wolves that we just went through, I don't know if this is because I had, like, an inherent minion build started up, but that is what I went through on my first attempt. Just the first time he did wolves.
Yeah. Oh, God, this again.
I have learned to walk, and it helps me avoid it so much better.
Yep. Bonk. Get bonked, bro.
You really love jumping on me.
He sure does.
I don't like this. I feel like I'm always, like, the person that's out of the loop with the boss's attacks, because he just always wants to surprise and target me.
Well, some of the attacks, I think, intentionally target, like, the furthest opponent.
Oh, that might be it.
Because, like, since I'm just up in his business, he's not as inclined to jump on me.
I mean, I'm trying to be up in
like
his
that.
business, but then he makes me dodge roll away right before he
Then
does the big leap
Then
attack.
you hurt. Yeah, you get up in the business, and then your bones are broken.
It's okay. I know this is my fault, but I like it being my fault. It means I can play the way I want to.
Ow. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay, I'm going to heal on that one. Ah, see, he didn't go for me there, though, when I was the furthest.
Woo.
I don't get this dude. Although I will say, I just got a really good number of attacks in from that being charged. Oh my god, my poison strike broke his armor. That's pretty funny.
Ow.
Okay, assholes, let's not do this party thing right now. Stop! This is where I think body blocking...
I've been dragged out.
This is where I think the body blocking gets a little ridiculous.
Yeah, the wolves, these guys are specifically a mess. Okay, they're cleared.
Oh, I don't
shit.
remember this attack.
That was a lot of damage. That was close. Well, you're gonna remember it now, because it's not gonna stop.
Oh my god, thank you for, you know, I hate you. I hate every little aspect of your shitty little, like, 4-pod squishy toad, ugly mug,
no,
double
this is gonna-
mouth bullshit,
Oh,
man.
come on, 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 damn it! Ow.
He really juked me on that one.
Shit. Oh, there's not very much health, but it's gonna take me forever to get through it. And I think I've lost my opportunity to bring you back.
No, there's another chance. If you can stun him and he does the little, like, icicle surrounding him attack, you'd have enough time.
I would.
But you need to really hope you can stun him and then he does the attack.
Yeah.
Because it's like, just the stun might not be enough. Oh, he wants to chill near me, though.
Ah, shit.
least we can watch
Ow.
it this time, chat.
Bro, could you freaking chill?
And this was my issue with minion builds. The minions die too fast, even with all the goddamn health points they can get from skill passes. I think the other thing I'm not a giant fan of is the fact that I can't, you know, go through my inventory while I'm dead.
Yeah, I do wish they'd give you more options while you're dead.
Like, even if you were grayed out, and you couldn't see what the skill gems, like you couldn't actively use it, but you could still look at the menus, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
I guess I can look at the, I can look at the cosmetic shop quickly. Let me know if you're getting me up at any point.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Oh, that's
I'm
fine.
just gonna focus on getting something accomplished here.
It's fine, I'm saying because I'm actively looking at the cash shop. And I don't want you to bring me back just for me to not be paying
Get
attention.
flattened immediately.
Yeah, that's happened to me before.
Ah!
It's like I almost went for the Nethermancer armor at some point. I just decided not to do it because, oh, the Crabman armor, yeah. Oh, they have sales on things? Ooh.
Yes, they do. Pretty much always something is on sale.
Ooh.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit!
Did you die?
No, he did. Somehow. I'm honestly not sure how.
Oh.
Oh, I must have had bleed on him.
Um.
Alright, hold on. I couldn't get it to I had to absorb the fact that he died plummeting from space. Apparently, if you can get bleed on him, he takes damage that whole trip.
That's good to know.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. Find
Oh! You know what it might be?
please.
It might not have... I wonder how long it lasts. Oh, it does last 5 seconds. A withered wand and a hexer's robe. Ooh. I got a double-slotted hexer's robe, though.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, you can just use his
Job's
portal.
done.
That's kind of nice. I didn't know you could use his portal to do this.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, wait. Do we get, like, a new instance of this? There's no one here.
Oh.
You've done well, stranger.
I...
Now, the darkness that crept upon our lands has been full good luck to you. Be careful.
You can ask Una to play music now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you
This
doing it?
always makes me weep.
I think she is.
We must pursue Oriana. The fledgling beast is... Betrayal of... The Countess
Oh.
has escaped.
Here we go, chat. You guys can watch this for the first time.
Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. We must pursue her to the plains of Vast.
But yeah, a lot of people left town because I believe they've gone back to the main, like, Agam, now that the Count is gone.
No, I mean the actual players.
So that...
Can lead us through the heart.
Oh, yeah, because it's a different shard, because it's, like, the friendly, nice place now for wrapping up.
Yeah, it's the... Okay, I got taken through to the next zone.
This outpost.
I love how that boss fight gave me 2 things,
Corruption bad.
neither of which were great. Corruption.
I just got, like, an orb, which is nice. That's all I got.
At least you got the orb. You got a wand
Well,
that
I
I
got,
don't
like,
use?
an exalted orb or something.
Oh, you got a good orb, too. I got a wand I don't use, and I got a robe that just I wouldn't use either, but has 2 of the slots on it.
Alright, where the hell's... I should be a waypoint around here somewhere.
It's like all the way in here, isn't it?
Yeah. This teeny tiny, like, sort of town.
Yeah, it's like right at the edge of it, or right in the middle of it.
Zarka.
Right here. I found it.
Hey, Zarka. Bye, Zarka.
I'm gonna have to use
Alright.
this stash stuff to put away stash stuff for later, because I want to dismantle that.
Yeah.
Well, let's wrap this stream up here. Thank you, chat.
Indeed.
Thank you, Poe.
Thank you.
This
That was
was-
fun. Thanks for playing.
It was fun. Thank you as well.
Of course.
I'd absolutely be willing to do this again at some point.
Yeah, potentially. I generally am not going to be playing too much Path of Exile on stream because I just don't find it as...
Yeah.
I don't think I'm very interesting playing it, but we can definitely play again sometime because it's
I
fun.
think the better one to play on stream is the thing I want to drag you in.
True.
Of playing
it
through
is
the-
fundamentally a better stream game.
We can reveal this now. Then I want to drag Poe through some more Helldivers.
Which is a great game. I have played Helldivers 2.
I
I have many
love the
much hours in Helldivers 2, so we can definitely play that again.
Yeah.
There's lots of new things that I haven't gotten
There's
to
so-
experience because it's been many months since I played last. So
I am just waiting. Like, I'm playing actively on my own time, just kind of running through some of the levels, and it's because I am really invested in this newest mission objective. Because if you... Oh, that just... What did that do? I just saw a new desktop entirely. Minimized literally everything of mine. So
everything must go.
the newest mission objective, finish it, of holding the planet that all these active, like, human settlements are on. One of the new stratagems we get is a jeep.
Ah, yes.
And the jeep is found in these little urban settlements right now, as is. And I got to try driving one of them and riding in one of them, and oh my god, are they a chaotic mess of fun. They are like...
Fantastic.
They are like Halo 1 controls. Where it's like they're slippery, they slide all over the place.
That's the best kind.
But in typical Helldivers fashion, they have what do you call it? The like damage to any part of the vehicle. So it's like it was really funny just like driving through an explosion with a single wheel left on this vehicle as I like come screeching out of like the hellfire just trying to get away from the squids and whatnot. And it's so good. And I'm so excited for this jeep to be a stratagem that I can call down and be like, this is our new mission, like, get in the Chadmobile. It is also because in Halo ODST, there's a mission that you can... One of the jeep missions, you can go through the entire thing with a single, like, warthog, and the achievement is for, like, doing so on Legendary with it. There's a video we have somewhere of not breaking it. I called it The Legend of the Chadmobile because we just kept joking that it was the Chadmobile. But the thing ended up so beaten and broken by the end of it that it like gives me so many good memories. And every time I play with the new Helldivers Jeep, I'm just like, oh my god, it's just the ODST Chadmobile again.
Fantastic.
Because of that, I need to drag you through one of those streams at some point. It'll
Yeah,
just
for
be
sure.
funny.
I think that'll be a funny time.
I may
Alright.
wait until those things are out.
That's fair.
So we can have a bit more fun
I mean,
with
we
like,
got
actively using them.
holidays going on. So
Yeah.
it'll be a few weeks probably until
It'll
things
probably
settle down.
It'll probably be in the new year. To keep it cloud again.
Yeah,
I'm be honest.
I think that makes sense.
But alright, thank you for having me and joining me, etc.
Yep. I'll talk to you next time.
I'll talk to you later, Poe.
Bye.
Alright, chat, thank you for joining. I hope you also rest well. Be safe. Enjoy yourselves, and of course, as absolutely always,